On June 28, 1491, a child was born in the Greenwich Palace, a newborn who would one day become one of the most famous Tudor kings in history. This was Henry VIII, second son of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Born into a dynasty still healing from the scars of the Wars of the Roses, England, at the time, was a land cautiously emerging from decades of internal conflict. The union of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York had symbolized a fragile peace, merging the houses of Lancaster and York. But this child's birth represented more than a continuation of a royal lineage. It symbolized hope, promise, and the future of a united England. From the moment he drew his first breath, the royal household buzzed with anticipation. A child in the Tudor dynasty was never just a baby. He was the embodiment of political aspirations, dynastic security, and national destiny. Henry was born at a time when succession meant survival. Every smile, every cry, and every movement was observed by tutors, attendants, and courtiers. The palace walls, draped in rich tapestries and echoes of courtly whispers, became the first stage for his life story. Henry's early childhood was nurtured in an environment of privilege but also immense expectation. The young prince was introduced to court life almost immediately. Tutors arrived with books, manuscripts, and lessons in Latin, French, and classical studies. Music, dancing, and sports were not mere pastimes. They were part of the making of a future king. Even as a small boy, Henry displayed curiosity and energy, traits that would define much of his later life. He was spirited and vivacious, qualities that would make him both adored and feared by his subjects in the years to come. Though he was the second son, young Henry's position in the family shifted dramatically due to circumstances. His elder brother, Arthur, was the original heir to the throne, groomed meticulously to continue the Tudor line. Yet, the fragile nature of life in the 15th century meant that expectations could change overnight. Every member of the royal family had to understand that their fates were intertwined with the survival and power of the dynasty. This environment would instill in Henry a profound understanding of ambition, hierarchy, and destiny, even before he could walk or speak properly. The royal nursery was a place of learning and observation. Henry's early tutors were experts not only in academics, but also in court etiquette and politics. They taught him the subtle art of diplomacy, the importance of appearances, and the weight of legacy. In these formative years, the seeds of a Tudor king were being planted: ambition, intelligence, and the understanding that power was never granted. It was earned, often ruthlessly. Henry's mother, Elizabeth of York, was a guiding figure in his early life. Her own experiences, born from a family torn apart by civil war, informed her meticulous care of her children. She encouraged curiosity and learning, but also instilled a sense of duty. Henry's father, Henry VII, was equally influential, though often more distant, focusing on the political consolidation of England. He sought to create a secure dynasty, a kingdom free from rebellion, and he understood that the next generation, including young Henry, would bear the responsibility for this fragile peace. Life in Greenwich Palace was more than just luxury. It was a microcosm of the wider world. Courtiers and advisors moved through grand halls, discussing treaties, alliances, and the subtle strategies that maintained power. Henry, even as a child, witnessed this intricate dance of politics and ambition. He watched the courtly ceremonies, the elaborate meals, the knights and ladies in resplendent attire, absorbing lessons that no textbook could teach. The palace itself was a living classroom, shaping a boy who would grow to understand both the grandeur and peril of being king. Yet, childhood also brought innocence and discovery. Henry explored the gardens of the palace, learning to ride and play games, discovering music and poetry. These moments, though seemingly trivial, nurtured his creativity and physical prowess. They were the foundations of a man who would later be celebrated for his athleticism, musical talent, and patronage of the arts. In every playful race through the palace corridors, in every musical note he mastered, the boy grew into the man who would define an era. By the time Henry reached early adolescence, his health and vigor had become notable. Observers remarked on his strength, charm, and intelligence, qualities that set him apart even among the privileged children of the nobility. His personality was magnetic. He drew attention effortlessly, commanding presence even without the crown. It was clear that this child, born amidst dynastic uncertainty, would one day leave an indelible mark on England and the world. However, life was not without its shadows. The pressures of royal expectation loomed over Henry from the beginning. Every step he took was measured against the needs of the dynasty, the weight of succession, the anticipation of future kingship, and the unspoken comparisons to his elder brother, Arthur, shaped his early years. These experiences, though subtle, began cultivating the determination and ambition that would define his reign. Henry's birth also symbolized something larger for the nation. England, still recovering from civil strife, looked toward its princes with hope. Each royal child was a promise of stability and continuity. In Henry, there was a glimmer of potential greatness, a spark that would later ignite extraordinary achievements, audacious decisions, and profound controversies. His birth was celebrated, his milestones recorded, and his future speculated upon by all who understood the weight of a Tudor heir. In the quiet moments of his infancy, Henry slept under the watchful eyes of nurses and attendants, unaware that the walls around him whispered the future. The tapestries, the echoes of footsteps, and the lessons of court life all combined to mold a boy who would later command armies, challenge the church, and alter the course of English history. This seemingly ordinary birth was the starting point of a story that would resonate through centuries, a story of power, ambition, love, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of legacy.
And so, from the cradle of Greenwich Palace, the boy Henry began his journey, a journey destined to transform a nation. Every giggle, every stumble, every moment of curiosity was a thread in the intricate tapestry of history. Little did anyone know that this newborn, born in the shadow of dynastic uncertainty, would become the most famous Tudor king, reshaping the throne, religion, and destiny of England forever. After the celebration of his birth, young Henry VIII entered a world filled with expectations, tradition, and the subtle weight of history. His early childhood, from roughly 1491 to 1497, was spent under the careful supervision of nurses, tutors, and court attendants, who guided him not only in the basics of life, but also in the intricate ways of royal responsibility. Unlike ordinary children, Henry's days were structured and purposeful, a reflection of the political significance his very existence carried. Henry's early years were marked by a blend of innocence and discipline, the Tudor court, bustling with activity, became his playground, classroom, and stage all at once. He learned early that to be a prince was to be observed constantly. Courtiers noted his behavior, teachers measured his intellect, and parents monitored his growth. Every action was recorded as a sign of potential greatness. Even at a tender age, Henry displayed an unusual curiosity. He questioned, explored, and absorbed lessons with a keen mind that would later define his reign. Education was central to a young Tudor prince. Tutors arrived from across England and Europe, bringing with them the best knowledge of the day. Henry was taught Latin and French, the languages of diplomacy and scholarship. He studied classical literature, history, and philosophy. Learning about the heroes and leaders of the past, music and dance were not simply artistic pursuits, they were essential components of a royal upbringing. Henry began learning the lute, keyboard, and even singing, demonstrating a natural talent that would later be celebrated throughout Europe. His physical training was equally important. He practiced archery, swordplay, and horse riding, preparing both mind and body for the challenges of kingship. Family life played a crucial role in shaping Henry's personality. His mother, Elizabeth of York, was nurturing and protective, guiding him through the emotional complexities of court life. She encouraged learning, curiosity, and moral discipline. His father, Henry VII, was more reserved but deeply influential, emphasizing the importance of duty, strategy, and ambition. Henry observed his father's careful handling of court politics, the meticulous management of alliances, and the relentless pursuit of dynastic security. These early lessons instilled in him an acute awareness that power was not simply inherited, it was earned and defended. Henry's interactions with his elder brother, Arthur, Prince of Wales, also left a lasting mark. Arthur, the original heir, was the model prince, trained rigorously in governance and martial skills. Henry admired him, but also began to develop a sense of independence. Early comparisons with his older brother may have sparked a quiet ambition and competitiveness, traits that would later fuel his relentless drive for supremacy. The dynamics within the royal family, coupled with the ever-present awareness of succession, fostered in Henry both confidence and a keen understanding of hierarchy. The royal household was a microcosm of society, offering young Henry lessons beyond the classroom. He witnessed the preparation of state ceremonies, the movement of ambassadors, and the intricate rituals that maintained power. These experiences nurtured a sense of responsibility and awareness far beyond his years. Henry learned that appearances mattered, that alliances were fragile, and that the court's favor could shift like the wind, even in play. He observed patterns of influence and strategy, absorbing subtle lessons about leadership. Yet, despite the weight of his surroundings, Henry's childhood held moments of joy and discovery. He explored the palace gardens, climbed trees, and raced through corridors, delighting in the freedom allowed to few royal children. He played games with other noble children, learning teamwork, competition, and physical agility. These experiences nurtured his athleticism, which would become legendary in his adult life. Music, art, and literature offered moments of inspiration, planting seeds for his later patronage of the Renaissance arts in England. Henry's early personality was a blend of charm, intelligence, and charisma. Courtiers and teachers noted his quick mind, playful humor, and natural leadership qualities. Even in childhood, he commanded attention effortlessly. People were drawn to his presence, a trait that would later make him both beloved and feared as king. But, along with charm, came the early stirrings of determination and assertiveness, qualities necessary to navigate the complex world of royal politics. Health was another crucial aspect of Henry's early life. Unlike many children of his time, he grew strong and robust, a combination of good nutrition, physical activity, and attentive care from his household. This vitality gave him confidence and allowed him to engage fully in both mental and physical pursuits, laying the foundation for his later prowess as a warrior and athlete. His early strength contrasted with the health struggles he would face in adulthood. Highlighting the dramatic changes that time and duty would bring, Henry's childhood also introduced him to the broader political landscape of Europe through lessons, stories, and exposure to diplomatic visitors. He began to understand the delicate balance of power, the importance of alliances, and the role of a king in shaping national destiny. These early observations nurtured a strategic mind, capable of navigating intrigue and complexity even at a young age. Henry's imagination was captured by the idea of leadership, honor, and historical significance. The emotional tone of Henry's childhood was one of curiosity, excitement, and subtle pressure. He experienced joy in learning and play, pride in accomplishments, and the early awareness of responsibility. Each day was both a discovery and a rehearsal for the life he was destined to lead. Every lesson learned, every skill mastered, was another step toward the throne that awaited him. It was in these formative years that the foundations of his ambition, charm, and later ruthlessness were laid.
As Henry approached the age of adolescence, the seeds of his character had already taken root. He had learned the value of intelligence, physical prowess, and strategic thinking. He had observed, listened, and absorbed the complexities of court life. He had begun to understand that the crown was both a privilege and a burden, a truth that would shape every decision he made as king. His childhood, though privileged, was not free of expectations. It was a period of preparation, a prelude to the extraordinary and often turbulent life ahead. In reflecting on Henry's early years, one sees the interplay of innocence and destiny, of playfulness and preparation. The small prince, laughing in the palace gardens or studying under a tutor's watchful eye, was already walking the path that history would remember. England itself, fragile and newly unified under the Tudors, depended on such children to grow into leaders capable of securing the nation's future. Henry's early life was a story of promise, potential, and the slow shaping of a man who would leave an indelible mark on history. Every detail of his childhood, from lessons in Latin to horse riding, from family dynamics to palace intrigue, contributed to the making of a Tudor king destined for greatness. These formative experiences prepared him for the challenges of kingship, for the trials of love and loss, and for the political and religious upheavals that would define his reign. His childhood, rich with lessons and brimming with potential, was the first chapter in a life that would alter the course of English history forever. As Henry VIII moved into his teenage years, roughly 1497 to 1509, the boy who had once wandered the corridors of Greenwich Palace transformed into a young prince of remarkable talent, energy, and ambition. These were formative years when the foundations of his future kingship were laid. Every lesson, every practice, and every observation prepared him for the throne he would one day inherit. Henry's education intensified as he matured. His tutors were no longer merely teaching him the basics of reading and music, they were shaping a mind capable of governance. He studied classical philosophy, rhetoric, logic, and theology, gaining the tools to navigate the complex world of politics and religion. He read the works of Cicero, Aristotle, and Livy, absorbing lessons on leadership, strategy, and moral judgment. These classical texts not only educated him intellectually, but also nurtured a sense of destiny, the awareness that he was meant for greatness. Physical training became equally important. Henry was renowned for his strength, agility, and athleticism, excelling in archery, jousting, hunting, and swordsmanship. He could outride, outfight, and outperform most young nobles of his age. These skills were more than sport. They were preparation for the role of a warrior king, capable of defending his kingdom and commanding respect. Courtiers watched in admiration as the young prince combined intelligence with physical prowess, embodying the ideal of a Renaissance ruler, cultured, strong, and commanding. Henry's personality continued to flourish during these years. His charm, wit, and eloquence made him a favorite at court. Yet beneath the charisma was a growing sense of ambition and self-awareness. He understood that life as a prince was both a privilege and a responsibility. Every action, how he rode, how he spoke, how he conducted himself in public, was observed and noted. Henry learned early that appearances were crucial. That reputation could be wielded as a tool of power, and that intelligence alone was insufficient without strategic presence. During this period, Henry also began to understand the intricacies of diplomacy. He observed ambassadors, negotiations, and treaties, learning the subtle arts of persuasion, flattery, and negotiation. He understood that kingship required more than bravery on the battlefield. It required political acumen, foresight, and decisiveness. These lessons would later guide his choices as king, from marital alliances to international strategy. The relationship with his family also shaped his teenage years. Henry's admiration for his older brother Arthur, who was destined to marry Catherine of Aragon, inspired both respect and ambition. When Arthur's untimely death in 1502 shifted the line of succession, Henry suddenly found himself the heir to the throne. This unexpected turn transformed his trajectory from a second son to the future king. The realization brought both opportunity and immense pressure. Every lesson, every skill, and every connection he had developed now carried weight, for the future of England rested on his shoulders. Henry's teenage years were not confined to study and physical training. Courtly life was an essential part of his development. He witnessed festivals, tournaments, and ceremonial events, understanding the importance of public perception. He observed the negotiation of power among nobles, the subtleties of court intrigue, and the delicate balance of loyalty and ambition. These experiences taught him how to command respect and manipulate influence, skills he would later use to great effect as king. Art, music, and literature remained central to his education. Henry was an accomplished musician, playing instruments and singing with remarkable skill. He also began writing poetry, demonstrating both creativity and sensitivity. These pursuits were not mere hobbies, they were expressions of a Renaissance prince, blending intellect, physicality, and artistry. In every note, every verse, and every painting he studied, Henry absorbed lessons in culture, diplomacy, and expression that would shape his identity as a ruler and patron of the arts. Henry's character during these years was a blend of confidence and curiosity, charm and intensity. He had a keen awareness of his appearance, his talents, and his potential. He knew that he was being watched, evaluated, and measured by everyone around him. Yet, he also began to show glimpses of determination and decisiveness, traits that would later make him both a revered and feared monarch. These early displays of ambition and self-assuredness foreshadowed the strong-willed, often uncompromising ruler he would become. The teenage years also brought personal challenges. Henry experienced the tension of expectation, the pressure to excel in every area of study, sport, and social conduct. Mistakes were scrutinized, and failures were lessons in discipline. Yet, these pressures also forged resilience and adaptability, qualities that would serve him in the complex and often dangerous world of English politics. By facing these challenges early, Henry developed a strategic mind, capable of navigating both loyalty and rivalry. Henry's upbringing during these years also emphasized religious education, which was a critical part of any prince's training. He studied Christian doctrine, scripture, and the role of the church in governance, while his later actions would redefine the relationship between crown and church. His early education provided him with a deep understanding of religious influence, enabling him to wield faith as both a moral guide and a political tool. By the end of his teenage years, Henry was no longer a boy. He was a young man, fully prepared, physically, intellectually, and emotionally for the responsibilities of kingship. The combination of education, athleticism, cultural refinement, and political awareness made him an exceptional prince. Observers marveled at his balance of strength, intelligence, and charisma. He was not only the heir to the throne, but a figure whose potential seemed limitless. The turning point came with the death of his father, Henry VII, in 1509. Henry, now 18 years old, was suddenly thrust into the role of king. All the lessons of his youth, the rigorous education, the physical training, the courtly observation, and the awareness of political and religious nuance were now crucial. He was prepared to claim the throne, not only as a matter of birthright, but as a product of careful cultivation, personal ambition, and early mastery of royal responsibility. Henry's teenage years, filled with learning, play, observation, and preparation, set the stage for his historic reign. From a curious, energetic prince, he evolved into a young ruler ready to reshape England's destiny, wielding power with both intelligence and audacity. His life as a teenager demonstrates the essential truth that kings are forged long before they wear the crown. Each lesson, each achievement, each trial of youth contributed to the making of a Tudor king whose story would captivate generations. In April 1509, England witnessed a moment of transformation. Henry VII, the cautious and politically astute king who had unified the war-torn nation, passed away. The young Henry VIII, only 18 years old, was suddenly thrust into the responsibilities of kingship. From a vibrant teenage prince, he became the sovereign of England, holding in his hands the hopes, fears, and destiny of a kingdom that had endured decades of turmoil. The transition was swift. Henry's coronation preparations were meticulously planned, blending ceremony, pageantry, and tradition. The young king understood that the public perception of a ruler was as crucial as the crown itself. His first acts as king were symbolic and calculated, aiming to establish authority and inspire confidence. He embodied the ideal of a Tudor king, projecting both charm and command. Crowds in London lined the streets, witnessing the emergence of a monarch whose presence exuded energy, vitality, and ambition. Henry's early reign carried a mix of excitement and immense pressure. He inherited a kingdom that was stable but fragile, a nation still recovering from civil war, and a treasury managed with meticulous care by his father. The young king's advisors, nobles, and ministers watched closely, ready to interpret every decision. Henry quickly understood that a king's success depended on a delicate balance between assertion and diplomacy. Strength and prudence. One of Henry's first priorities was consolidating his authority. He sought to maintain the goodwill of the nobility while demonstrating that the crown remained strong and decisive. Through careful appointments, ceremonies, and public appearances, he projected an image of a confident, capable ruler. Henry was aware that perception mattered as much as policy. A king had to inspire loyalty, admiration, and sometimes even fear. The young king's energy was evident in his approach to government and administration. He took a keen interest in legal and financial matters, learning from his father's efficient but cautious style while adding his own dynamism. Unlike Henry VII, who had been reserved and calculated, Henry VIII combined intelligence with charisma, earning the respect of his ministers and the public alike. His style of leadership was a blend of strategic thinking, personal engagement, and visible authority. Henry's accession also marked the beginning of new alliances and personal choices. Within months, he married Catherine of Aragon, the widow of his late brother Arthur. In a union that was both politically significant and personally meaningful, the marriage reinforced the Tudor dynasty's connections with Spain, one of the most powerful nations of Europe, and strengthened England's international position. This strategic alliance reflected Henry's understanding that kingship was as much about diplomacy as it was about domestic power. The early months of Henry's reign were not only about ceremonies and alliances, they were also a time of personal assertion. The young king was energetic, decisive, and eager to leave his mark. He replaced certain advisors, reaffirmed court rituals, and demonstrated his commitment to justice and governance. At the same time, he was aware of the need to maintain continuity. England had experienced decades of uncertainty. The new king had to combine innovation with stability. Henry's personality shone during this period. His charm and confidence made him popular among nobles and citizens alike. He had the ability to command attention without intimidation, earning respect through presence, intelligence, and physical vigor. At public events, his energy was palpable. At court, his charisma was undeniable. Henry VIII's early reign demonstrated that he was more than a figurehead. He was a monarch ready to assert authority and embrace the responsibilities of kingship. Economically, Henry inherited a kingdom with careful fiscal management, yet he had ambitions that required increased expenditure. He invested in military readiness, palace improvements, and lavish ceremonies. These actions, while demonstrating wealth and power, also indicated the young king's desire to leave a distinct mark, differentiating his reign from that of his cautious father. England, under Henry VIII, was entering an era of visibility, spectacle, and rising influence. Henry's early reign also involved subtle political maneuvering. He observed relationships among nobles, gauged alliances, and identified potential rivals. His intelligence and observational skills allowed him to navigate court dynamics effectively. While he could be charming and engaging, he was also calculating and aware of threats. This combination of charisma and strategy would define much of his reign, ensuring that he maintained control over both the court and the country. Religiously, England was still aligned with the Catholic Church, and Henry initially presented himself as a devout Christian ruler. His early actions, including patronage of the church and public displays of piety, reinforced his image as a legitimate, morally guided monarch. At the same time, he began formulating his own sense of authority, foreshadowing the later dramatic religious changes that would reshape England. Henry's youth was a period of energy and bold decisions, setting the tone for a reign that would be remembered for both grandeur and controversy. His early actions reflected a desire not only to rule but to excel, impress, and leave a lasting legacy. Every ceremony attended, every decision made, and every alliance formed contributed to the image of a dynamic young king, full of potential and ambition. The young monarch also took an active role in arts, culture, and sport. Henry participated in jousts, tournaments, and hunts with enthusiasm, demonstrating his physical prowess. Music and poetry remained passions, and he began cultivating relationships with scholars and artists. These activities were not mere leisure, they were expressions of Renaissance kingship, blending intellect, culture, and power. England under Henry VIII was becoming a stage where the king's presence, talent, and vision would be displayed to both his subjects and the world. As the early months of Henry VIII's reign unfolded, the kingdom watched a young king growing into his role. He combined youthful energy, strategic intelligence, and personal charisma to establish authority quickly and effectively. The foundation of his power was not only inherited but cultivated through education, observation, physical training, and a growing understanding of diplomacy and governance. In June 1509, shortly after ascending the throne, Henry VIII married Catherine of Aragon, the Spanish princess and widow of his late brother, Arthur, Prince of Wales. This marriage was more than a personal union, it was a strategic alliance, reflecting the complex web of European politics. England, under Henry VII, had sought stability, and this marriage strengthened ties with Spain, one of the most powerful nations in Europe. For young Henry VIII, the marriage marked a transition from prince to king, solidifying his position and signaling the start of a reign that would blend personal desire, political strategy, and dynastic responsibility. Henry and Catherine's union was celebrated across England with lavish ceremonies and festivities. The young king, full of vitality and charm, quickly became the center of attention. Observers were struck by his magnetism, confidence, and elegance, traits that would define his rule. Catherine, educated, poised, and deeply devout, complemented Henry perfectly. Their marriage was initially harmonious, reflecting mutual respect, affection, and shared duty. This period allowed Henry to project stability, legitimacy, and royal grandeur, while England watched the young king embrace his responsibilities both personally and politically. The marriage also carried significant political weight. Spain, ruled by Ferdinand and Isabella, had emerged as a dominant European power. By marrying Catherine, Henry VIII secured England's position in continental politics, strengthening alliances and reinforcing diplomatic influence. The young king understood that every personal choice, especially marriage, had consequences for national security, succession, and international relations. His union with Catherine was both a reflection of his personal life and a calculated move on the political chessboard of Europe. Henry's early married life was marked by energy, ambition, and cultural sophistication. The king immersed himself in courtly life, participating in tournaments, hunts, and social gatherings with renewed enthusiasm. Catherine's presence provided stability and support, helping Henry navigate the challenges of early kingship. Their relationship, while initially affectionate, was deeply intertwined with the pressures of dynastic continuity. As producing a male heir became a central expectation of the monarchy, education and learning continued to play a vital role in Henry's reign. He maintained his intellectual pursuits, reading extensively on law, theology, history, and philosophy. He continued practicing music, composing poetry, and engaging with scholars, establishing a reputation as a Renaissance monarch. These cultural endeavors enhanced his image as a learned king, attracting admiration from across Europe. Henry's court became a hub of arts, culture, and diplomacy, reflecting the sophisticated and multifaceted nature of his kingship. The union with Catherine also introduced religious and moral considerations. Catherine was deeply Catholic, and Henry initially aligned himself with the Church's doctrines, presenting himself as a devout ruler. This period highlighted the delicate balance between personal belief, political necessity, and royal authority. Henry's early piety and respect for the Church reinforced his legitimacy and appealed to both domestic and international audiences. However, subtle tensions between dynastic ambitions and religious obligations would emerge later in his reign, foreshadowing dramatic transformations in England's religious landscape. Henry's early years with Catherine also involved administrative and political learning. He observed the workings of government, engaged with advisors, and began shaping his own approach to leadership. He combined the prudence of his father with his own decisiveness, learning when to assert authority and when to negotiate. These lessons were essential for a young king navigating the complexities of court politics, international diplomacy, and succession planning. The couple's efforts to secure an heir became central to Henry's early reign. Catherine bore children, but tragically, most did not survive infancy. Only one child, Mary, survived past infancy, later becoming Queen Mary I. This struggle underscored the vulnerability of dynastic continuity, highlighting the immense pressure on Henry and Catherine to produce a male heir. The emotional weight of these experiences influenced both Henry's personal life and political decisions, adding layers of complexity to his character as a monarch. Henry's relationship with the nobility and court during this period was strengthened by his marital status. The marriage enhanced his credibility and projected stability, essential for maintaining loyalty among influential nobles. Henry's charm, intelligence, and visible energy fostered admiration and support, while Catherine's poise reinforced the dignity of the crown. Together, they presented an image of a harmonious and competent monarchy, capable of guiding England into a new era. Culturally, Henry and Catherine's court flourished. Music, literature, and artistic patronage reflected the king's Renaissance sensibilities. Scholars, poets, and musicians were drawn to court, contributing to an atmosphere of intellectual and artistic growth. These endeavors elevated England's prestige across Europe, highlighting Henry VIII not only as a political figure but also as a cultural icon. The early years of marriage combined the personal, political, and cultural spheres, demonstrating the multifaceted nature of kingship. Despite the outward appearance of stability, subtle political and personal challenges persisted. Henry's energy and ambition often contrasted with the cautious approach of older advisors. He was eager to assert his vision for England, sometimes clashing with entrenched interests. His marriage to Catherine, while initially harmonious, carried long-term implications for succession, diplomacy, and religious alignment. These challenges required intelligence, charisma, and decisiveness, qualities Henry increasingly displayed as he navigated the responsibilities of early kingship. Henry's early married life also allowed him to experiment with political symbolism and public perception. He attended ceremonies, tournaments, and diplomatic events with Catherine, projecting an image of vigor, authority, and charm. The young king understood that kingship was as much about impression and influence as it was about legislation or military power. Every public appearance, every decision, and every act of patronage reinforced his emerging reputation as a dynamic and ambitious monarch. The early years of Henry VIII's reign with Catherine of Aragon were thus a period of consolidation, learning, and projection. The marriage reinforced political alliances, enhanced the king's image, and set the stage for the challenges and transformations that would define his rule. Henry's energy, intelligence, and charisma combined with Catherine's poise and religious devotion to create a monarchy capable of both stability and cultural flourishing. By the early 1510s, Henry VIII had established himself as a young, vibrant, and ambitious monarch. The early years of his reign, marked by marriage to Catherine of Aragon and energetic governance, also brought into sharp focus one of the most critical aspects of kingship: the relationship with the Church of England and the Catholic Church in Rome. Religion was not merely a matter of personal belief, it was central to politics, legitimacy, and power. Henry understood that the crown and church were entwined, and navigating this relationship would shape the trajectory of his reign. England was still deeply Catholic. The Pope held spiritual authority over kings, and the Church wielded significant influence over laws, taxation, and public morality. Henry's father, Henry VII, had maintained a careful, respectful relationship with Rome, understanding the delicate balance between obedience and sovereignty. Now, Henry VIII inherited both the kingdom and the responsibility to maintain legitimacy through religious approval. Even as his own ambitions began to challenge the established order. In the early years, Henry displayed devotion and piety. He attended Mass regularly, supported monasteries, and funded religious institutions. He presented himself as a king who respected spiritual authority, reinforcing his image as a legitimate and godly ruler. At the same time, he was keenly aware that the Church's influence could be both a support and a limitation. Every decision, from lawmaking to taxation, required careful consideration of ecclesiastical reaction. Henry's relationship with the Church was also intertwined with his political and diplomatic ambitions. He sought recognition from Europe's most powerful rulers, including Spain, France, and the Holy Roman Empire. Papal approval was essential for matters such as marriages, alliances, and territorial claims. His early actions reflected a careful balance, demonstrating loyalty to Rome while asserting the authority and independence of the English crown. This delicate navigation required intelligence, strategy, and charisma, qualities Henry possessed in abundance. One of the most notable aspects of this period was Henry's reputation as a protector of the faith. In 1521, He would earn the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X for his written defense of Catholic doctrine against Martin Luther. But even before that, Henry's early reign was marked by a careful cultivation of religious legitimacy. He understood that faith could be a tool to strengthen his image, inspire loyalty, and command respect. This duality devotion, coupled with strategic use of religion, would become a hallmark of his kingship. Domestically, Henry began consolidating power through legal and political reforms. He strengthened the monarchy's control over nobles, managed finances carefully, and promoted capable advisors. The church remained an essential ally, but Henry also understood that it could become a rival if its influence grew unchecked. Early negotiations with bishops, abbots, and clergy reflected the subtle balancing act of a ruler seeking to assert authority without provoking conflict. Henry's intellectual and cultural pursuits during this period also intersected with religion. He sponsored scholars and theologians, fostering debates on doctrine, law, and governance. These activities enhanced England's prestige while also demonstrating Henry's engagement with both spiritual and temporal matters. His court became a center of learning, blending piety with political and cultural sophistication. Despite outward appearances of harmony, Henry's early reign contained underlying tensions. The Pope's authority, foreign alliances, and dynastic pressures all influenced decision-making. Henry began to understand that kingship required not only obedience to tradition but also adaptability and foresight. The subtle seeds of future religious conflict, including the eventual break from Rome, were already being sown, even as Henry publicly maintained devotion. The personal and dynastic pressures of this period also shaped Henry's religious perspective. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon, while initially happy, carried the ever-present expectation of a male heir. The Church's approval was essential for legitimizing his marriage and, by extension, the line of succession. The intertwining of marriage, religion, and political authority created a complex environment in which personal desires and national interests overlapped.
Henry's charisma, intelligence, and decisiveness enabled him to navigate these challenges. He displayed strategic thinking, combining diplomacy with ceremonial power. Whether meeting foreign ambassadors or interacting with clergy, Henry projected authority, confidence, and capability. These early years were crucial for establishing his image as a dynamic and capable Tudor king, capable of balancing devotion, diplomacy, and domestic governance. Henry's engagement with religious matters also influenced his legislative and judicial actions. He oversaw legal reforms, monitored the enforcement of religious norms, and ensured that ecclesiastical courts functioned in ways that reinforced royal authority. These measures were not confrontational, but reflected a growing awareness of the Crown's role in regulating both spiritual and temporal affairs. The young king's ability to combine personal charm, political acumen, and religious diplomacy set him apart from predecessors. While outwardly pious, Henry was attentive to the power dynamics that underpinned authority. He understood that religion could inspire loyalty, justify laws, and enhance prestige. But it could also constrain and challenge the monarchy if not managed wisely. His early reign demonstrated the skillful integration of faith, politics, and leadership. As Henry VIII's reign entered the 1510s and early 1520s, his youthful energy and ambition found a new outlet: warfare and foreign policy. The young king, already admired for his charisma, intellect, and physical prowess, sought to assert England's power on the European stage. He He was determined that his reign would not only be remembered for culture and diplomacy, but also for military glory and territorial influence. England, long cautious under his father, now entered an era of bold ambition and visible assertion. Henry's military ambitions were influenced by both personal pride and national strategy. He wanted to emulate the great kings of history, who had demonstrated their authority through victories on the battlefield. In 1512, he launched his first military campaign against France, aligning England with Spain in a series of continental conflicts. While the campaigns were carefully coordinated with allies, Henry sought personal distinction, participating actively in planning, inspections, and military demonstrations. His presence and leadership boosted morale, reinforcing his image as a warrior king in the eyes of both soldiers and courtiers. Henry's campaigns were not merely displays of brute force, they were also exercises in political strategy. Alliances were carefully negotiated, logistics meticulously arranged, and objectives clearly defined. The young king understood that military success could elevate England's position in Europe, strengthen royal prestige, and influence diplomatic relations. These early campaigns highlighted Henry's ability to combine charisma with strategy, blending personal ambition with national interest. Despite initial enthusiasm, Henry's campaigns faced practical challenges. Supply issues, weather conditions, and complex coordination with allies often slowed progress. Yet these obstacles did not diminish his resolve. Henry learned valuable lessons in leadership, logistics, and negotiation, skills that would shape his approach to both domestic and foreign affairs. His early military ventures were as much about experience and preparation as they were about immediate conquest. In 1513, Henry led English forces personally into the Battle of the Spurs, achieving a significant victory against French forces. Though the battle was relatively small in scale, it was celebrated as a triumph of English arms and a demonstration of the king's leadership. Henry returned to England with increased popularity, his image as a valiant and ambitious monarch firmly established. Public celebrations, tournaments, and courtly pageantry reinforced the narrative of Henry as both a capable ruler and a dynamic military leader. The same year, he also directed attention to Scotland, engaging in conflict that culminated in the famous Battle of Flodden. While Henry did not personally lead the army in Scotland, strategic oversight and support of English forces were crucial to the decisive defeat of the Scottish army. The victory enhanced England's northern security and solidified Henry's reputation as a king capable of defending his kingdom and asserting dominance over neighboring territories. These military successes underscored a growing theme of his reign: the integration of personal leadership, national security, and prestige. Henry's military activities were closely linked to his foreign policy objectives. Aligning with powerful allies such as Spain and the Holy Roman Empire allowed him to extend influence and secure England's position in continental politics. Military campaigns were tools not only of conquest, but also of negotiation, signaling strength and credibility in diplomatic interactions. Henry's approach reflected the Renaissance ideal of the warrior king ruler who combined intellect, culture, and martial skill. The young king's personal involvement in these campaigns also enhanced his public image. Courtiers, soldiers, and foreign ambassadors noted his enthusiasm, energy, and command presence. His participation in jousts, inspections, and war councils demonstrated a hands-on approach to leadership, distinguishing him from more passive rulers. Henry's ability to inspire loyalty, project confidence, and maintain visibility both on and off the battlefield reinforced the perception of a dynamic and capable Tudor monarch. At home, Henry balanced military ambitions with domestic governance. He continued to engage with advisors, manage finances, and oversee legal and religious matters. This dual focus, waging war abroad while maintaining stability at home, highlighted his organizational skill and adaptability. Smyrly campaigns were therefore not isolated events, but integral to a broader vision of national strength, prestige, and dynastic security. Henry's military and foreign policy decisions also had long-term political and cultural consequences. Victories such as the Battle of the Spurs and Flodden strengthened the monarchy, enhanced England's standing in Europe, and contributed to a growing sense of national pride. These successes also reinforced the king's personal authority, demonstrating that charisma and strategy could translate into tangible outcomes on the battlefield. Henry's approach to warfare was characterized by calculated risk, personal involvement, and attention to morale. He understood that victory depended not only on numbers and weaponry, but also on leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire troops. His campaigns reflected the combination of ambition, intellect, and energy that defined his early reign. Even setbacks were opportunities for learning, shaping his capacity for decision-making and strategic foresight.
Culturally, Henry's military exploits were celebrated in poetry, songs, and art. Court artists depicted the king in armor, highlighting his valor and martial skill. These cultural representations reinforced the public narrative of Henry as a Renaissance warrior king, blending intellectual achievement with physical prowess. The king's military reputation became intertwined with his personal charisma, enhancing both domestic loyalty and international prestige. While Henry VIII's early reign was marked by marriage, diplomacy, and military campaigns, his court life offered another dimension to his kingship. The Tudor court was not just a seat of governance, it was a stage for culture, spectacle, and political influence. Henry understood that appearances mattered as much as action. Every feast, tournament, and ceremony was an opportunity to project power, taste, and sophistication. These early years saw Henry cultivating an image of a Renaissance monarch, blending intellect, athleticism, and charisma to inspire admiration, loyalty, and even envy. Henry's court was a center of art, music, and scholarship. He himself was a talented musician, playing instruments like the lute and organ, and composing poetry. The king's engagement with the arts reflected a desire to enhance cultural prestige while showcasing personal sophistication. Scholars, poets, and musicians were encouraged to flourish under his patronage. The court became a hub of intellectual and artistic activity, demonstrating that the Tudor monarchy was not just a political entity but also a cultural powerhouse. Courtly pageantry was central to Henry's strategy. Tournaments, jousts, and ceremonial processions allowed him to display physical prowess, charm, and generosity. Henry's athleticism, long admired since his teenage years, became a public tool for reinforcing authority. He would compete with nobles, interact with visiting dignitaries, and reward loyalty, all while maintaining an image of energetic, decisive leadership. These spectacles reinforced the king's presence in the hearts and minds of his subjects, creating a legendary aura around his persona. Henry's relationships within the court also shaped his personal and political life. He relied on a network of trusted advisors, nobles, and companions, while carefully monitoring rivalries and alliances. Loyalty was cultivated through favors, patronage, and recognition, while potential threats were subtly managed. The young king displayed a blend of charm and shrewdness, balancing friendliness with strategic oversight. His ability to navigate court dynamics was a skill honed from years of observation, study, and awareness of the subtleties of power. Marriage to Catherine of Aragon remained a central aspect of Henry's court life. While affectionate, the relationship was also politically charged. Catherine's presence reinforced dynastic legitimacy and international alliances, particularly with Spain. Her religious devotion and grace complemented Henry's charisma, enhancing the dignity of the monarchy. The couple's public appearances were meticulously choreographed, blending personal partnership with political symbolism. Henry also used the court to showcase loyalty to the church, balancing devotion with sovereign authority. Ceremonies, religious observances, and the patronage of ecclesiastical institutions reflected both piety and strategy. Henry understood that faith could strengthen his image and reinforce political legitimacy, and he cultivated a persona that blended spirituality with kingship. These early interactions foreshadowed the complex religious decisions that would later define his reign. Education and intellectual engagement remained central to court life. Henry regularly met with scholars, diplomats, and artists, engaging in debates on theology, law, and history. These discussions enhanced both personal knowledge and public reputation, establishing the Tudor court as a center of learning. Henry's curiosity, eloquence, and charisma allowed him to inspire intellectual as well as political loyalty, reinforcing his multifaceted image as a king of both action and thought. Social interactions at court also revealed Henry's personality. He could be generous, witty, and magnetic, attracting admiration from nobles and commoners alike. Yet, he also displayed decisiveness and authority, ensuring that loyalty and respect were maintained. His presence dominated both formal and informal settings, reflecting a keen understanding that a king's power was exercised through both visible action and subtle influence. The early years of Henry VIII's court life also highlighted emerging personal interests and passions. Hunting, music, and poetry were not mere diversions. They were tools for networking, inspiration, and projection of royal image. Henry's enthusiasm for culture and spectacle demonstrated a broader vision for kingship, a combination of physical energy, intellectual engagement, and emotional resonance. These qualities allowed him to connect with subjects and allies on multiple levels, reinforcing the authority and prestige of the monarchy. Henry's attention to foreign diplomats and ambassadors was equally strategic. He understood that court life was an arena for international signaling. Every feast, tenement, or artistic commission was an opportunity to display England's sophistication, wealth, and power. Henry's charisma and energy impressed visitors, reinforcing his image as a dynamic, cultured, and influential ruler. These interactions laid the groundwork for future alliances and ensured that England remained a respected player on the European stage. Court life also served as a laboratory for governance and diplomacy. By observing interactions among nobles, clergy, and foreign dignitaries, Henry refined his understanding of power, loyalty, and influence. He learned to reward merit, manage rivalry, and navigate complex network skills that would later underpin his ability to assert dominance both domestically and internationally. The court was thus both a cultural hub and a training ground for statecraft. Henry's early reign at court reinforced the themes of energy, ambition, and Renaissance sophistication. Public ceremonies, tournaments, and artistic patronage combined with personal charisma and intellectual engagement to create a multifaceted image. The young king was not only a warrior and politician but also a patron of culture, a performer on the public stage, and a symbol of Tudor innovation. One of the defining aspects of Henry VIII's early reign was the pressure to secure the Tudor dynasty. While marriage to Catherine of Aragon had strengthened international alliances and projected stability, it also carried a persistent, deeply personal, and politically urgent challenge, producing a male heir. England's recent history, scarred by civil wars, underscored the importance of a clear line of succession. For Henry, the crown was not only a symbol of power, it was a responsibility that extended far beyond his own lifetime. Catherine, deeply devout and politically astute, bore the weight of these expectations alongside Henry. Early pregnancies were met with hope and fear. Each birth, whether successful or tragically short-lived, held national significance. Only one child, Mary, survived infancy. Later ascending the throne as Queen Mary I, the repeated loss of male children introduced emotional strain, political tension, and questions about the future of the Tudor line. Henry, once a vibrant young king full of ambition, began to feel the acute weight of dynastic responsibility. The king's concerns were not merely personal, they carried enormous political implications. A male heir was crucial for ensuring the continuity of the Tudor dynasty, preventing civil unrest, and securing England's position in European politics. The absence of a son invited intrigue, speculation, and potential challenges from rival nobles and foreign powers. Henry understood that the stability of his kingdom depended on reproductive success as much as military victories or diplomatic skill. The pursuit of a male heir influenced almost every aspect of Henry's life. Decisions regarding marriage, alliances, and domestic policy were closely tied to the imperative of succession. Court life, too, reflected these pressures. Advisors, nobles, and diplomats were keenly aware of the king's preoccupation with heirs, shaping interactions, favors, and political maneuvering. Henry's charisma and decisiveness remained evident, but the personal dimension of dynastic anxiety added a new layer of complexity to his character. Henry's relationship with Catherine, initially affectionate and respectful, began to experience strain. Catherine's health, her repeated pregnancies, and the grief of lost children introduced tension, even as the couple maintained public unity and ceremonial dignity. The king's emotional landscape became more complicated, balancing love, duty, frustration, and hope. These early experiences foreshadowed the later dramatic decisions that would reshape his personal and political life, including his eventual pursuit of annulment and remarriage. The quest for an heir also influenced Henry's religious and political considerations. Papal approval was essential for matters such as marriage, legitimacy, and dynastic planning. Each pregnancy, birth, or miscarriage was a point of intersection between personal desire, political necessity, and religious oversight. Henry increasingly saw the crown not simply as a title but as a tool for ensuring the continuity and stability of England itself. Henry's energy and ambition remained undiminished, even as he faced these personal pressures. He continued to participate in courtly events, military planning, and diplomatic engagements. His intellect, charm, and decisiveness were increasingly complemented by a keen sense of urgency and responsibility, traits shaped by the intimate connection between family and state. The pressure to secure a male heir transformed Henry's early reign into a period of heightened awareness, blending emotion, strategy, and foresight. Catherine's role during this period was both supportive and symbolic. As a queen and mother, she embodied piety, dignity, and political alliance. Her presence reinforced England's connection with Spain and demonstrated stability in public perception. Yet, the repeated loss of children, combined with the mounting expectation for a male heir, introduced subtle tensions in courtly and domestic life. Henry's affection, admiration, and frustration intertwined, shaping both personal decisions and broader political strategies. Courtly advisors recognized the importance of succession. They monitored Catherine's health, consulted on pregnancies, and advised Henry on dynastic security. The intersection of family, politics, and governance created a delicate balance. Henry's decisiveness and strategic insight were essential for navigating these complexities, ensuring that both personal and national interests were considered. Every decision, from ceremonial appearances to diplomatic correspondence, reflected the urgent priority of securing the Tudor legacy. Henry's emotional state during this period was shaped by hope, fear, and ambition. The desire for a son was a deeply personal matter, yet its implications extended across England. Nobles, courtiers, and foreign powers watched closely, aware that the king's reproductive successor or lack thereof could alter alliances, inspire intrigue, or trigger conflict. This period exemplifies the intimate intersection of private life and public responsibility, highlighting the unique pressures faced by a Tudor monarch. The pursuit of an heir also influenced long-term polity and decision-making. Henry began to consider legal, religious, and political avenues that could secure succession, even in the face of repeated challenges. These contemplations foreshadowed later dramatic shifts in marriage law, religious alignment, and royal authority. The seeds of transformation, both personal and political, were being sown during these early years of dynastic pressure. By the 1520s, Henry VIII had established himself as a dynamic, ambitious, and culturally sophisticated monarch. His reign, though still early, reflected a blend of personal energy, strategic insight, and political vision. While the pursuit of a male heir remained a pressing concern, Henry was increasingly focused on asserting England's position in Europe, consolidating domestic authority, and exploring the subtle intersection of religion, power, and diplomacy. Henry's foreign policy became more active and daring. He sought alliances with Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and France, navigating the shifting landscape of European power. Marriage, war, and diplomacy were intertwined tools in his strategy. The king's energy, charm, and intelligence allowed him to cultivate strong connections with foreign rulers, demonstrating diplomatic finesse while projecting the image of a confident, ambitious king. These alliances were both practical and symbolic, signaling England's emerging influence on the continental stage. At home, Henry consolidated authority over the nobility and royal administration. He understood that power depended on loyalty, and he skillfully balanced reward and oversight. Advisors were chosen for competence, not merely for lineage, reflecting a meritocratic streak in Henry's governance. This strategy reinforced royal authority while subtly reducing the influence of nobles whose interests might conflict with the crown. The Tudor monarchy, under Henry, was transforming into a centralized, disciplined, and ambitious institution. Henry's religious awareness, though outwardly pious, began to show the first signs of personal and political reinterpretation. While England remained Catholic and Henry publicly upheld church authority, he was increasingly aware of the limitations and constraints imposed by Rome. This awareness would later fuel monumental decisions, but even now it influenced his approach to marriage, succession, and governance. Henry's intelligence and curiosity meant that he was not a passive participant in religious life. He actively engaged with scholars, theologians, and debates on morality, law, and authority. Culturally, the Tudor court continued to thrive. Henry's patronage of art, music, and literature showcased both personal taste and national prestige. Courtly spectacles, tournaments, and celebrations were not merely entertainment. They were instruments of political messaging, demonstrating wealth, power, and sophistication. Henry's engagement with culture reinforced his image as a Renaissance king, blending intellect, charm, and physical presence in ways that impressed both domestic and foreign observers. Military considerations remained important. Henry's previous campaigns against France and Scotland had bolstered his reputation, and he continued to maintain a well-equipped, disciplined, and visible military force. Warfare was both practical and symbolic. It secured England's borders, reinforced alliances, and showcased royal authority. These campaigns also contributed to a narrative of heroic kingship, portraying Henry as both a capable strategist and a courageous leader. The king's personal relationships at court continued to influence political strategy. Trusted advisors, courtiers, and diplomats became instruments of influence and governance. Henry demonstrated a keen sense of psychology and perception, rewarding loyalty, inspiring ambition, and subtly managing rivalries. His understanding of human behavior was central to maintaining control over a complex court while advancing personal and national objectives. Henry's ambitions extended to religious, legal, and dynastic spheres. He began exploring the mechanisms through which the crown could assert greater independence from Rome, setting the stage for future religious transformation. Although these seeds were still subtle, they reflected a growing awareness that England's monarchy might need to adapt, innovate, and assert sovereignty in ways that had never been attempted before. The integration of personal desire, political necessity, and religious awareness was already taking shape. Diplomatic travels, such as the famous Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520, highlighted Henry's approach to combining spectacle, negotiation, and power projection. Meeting Francis I of France with elaborate ceremony, Henry demonstrated wealth, refinement, and authority. These encounters were not purely ceremonial, they were strategic, showcasing England's presence in European politics and asserting Henry's personal prestige. Such events enhanced both domestic legitimacy and international reputation. The king's relationship with Catherine of Aragon remained central to both personal and political life. While their affection endured, the ongoing lack of a male heir cast a subtle shadow over domestic and diplomatic planning. Catherine's role was symbolic as well as practical. She represented dynastic continuity, religious virtue, and international alliance. The interplay between personal concern, dynastic responsibility, and national interest became a defining feature of Henry's reign. Henry's intellectual curiosity also informed his engagement with religious and political ideas. He commissioned theological works, studied canon law, and consulted with experts on governance. These activities reflected not just personal interest but strategic foresight. By understanding the mechanisms of religious authority and law, Henry prepared himself for the monumental challenges and transformations that lay ahead. By the late 1520s, the Tudor court was increasingly defined by one overarching concern: the continuation of the dynasty through a male heir. Henry VIII, once a vibrant, carefree young king, now felt the immense weight of England's future pressing upon him. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon had produced only one surviving child, Mary, a daughter whose legitimacy was unquestionable, but whose gender complicated the Tudor succession. England's stability demanded a son, and Henry's personal ambition, intertwined with the political necessity of ensuring the crown would pass smoothly to a male heir. Catherine herself remained devoted and politically conscious. She endured repeated pregnancies, miscarriages, and stillbirths, all the while maintaining grace, piety, and loyalty to the king. Each attempt at a male heir carried hope and heartbreak in equal measure. Henry's emotional state was complex. Love for Catherine mingled with frustration, anxiety, and an increasingly urgent preoccupation with dynastic security. The pressure of succession weighed on both monarch and queen, shaping court life, diplomacy, and policy. Henry began to reflect on the limitations imposed by marriage and church law. Papal authority was absolute, and an annulment was nearly impossible under traditional rules. Yet Henry's desire for a male heir, coupled with his growing impatience and frustration, planted the first seeds of his eventual challenge to the church. These reflections were subtle at first, expressed through careful discussions with advisors and theologians. Henry sought counsel on legal, religious, and political avenues that might allow him to secure the succession without scandal, signaling the start of a slow transformation in royal thought. Courtly life mirrored these tensions. Advisors, courtiers, and diplomats were keenly aware of the king's preoccupation. Loyalty, ambition, and intrigue intersected with the personal drama of succession, creating a charged atmosphere in the Tudor court. Every festival, tournament, and diplomatic meeting was conducted under the shadow of Henry's urgent desire for a son. The personal and political were inseparable, and Henry's charisma and decisiveness remained crucial in maintaining stability. Henry's interactions with Catherine also revealed the emotional complexities of kingship. While publicly their union was celebrated and respected, privately Henry wrestled with frustration and longing for a male heir. Catherine's devotion and dignity deepened Henry's admiration, but the repeated loss of male children introduced subtle strains in their relationship. These dynamics foreshadowed the personal and political drama that would later reshape England's monarchy, including the controversial annulment and Henry's pursuit of new marriage alliances. At the same time, Henry's attention began to wander, naturally seeking compatibility and opportunity in other alliances. The king's awareness of beauty, intellect, and charm at court intersected with dynastic ambition. Henry's desire for a new wife was not merely personal. It was informed by strategic considerations. A second marriage offered the potential for a male heir, renewed alliances, and strengthened prestige, especially in the context of European politics and the uncertainty surrounding the succession. These early stirrings also had religious implications. Any attempt to dissolve a marriage required careful negotiation with the Church. Henry, already astutely aware of Rome's authority, began exploring theological and legal frameworks that could justify such a move. The king's studies of canon law, historical precedent, and clerical counsel reflected not rebellion, but strategic foresight and preparation. Even at this stage, the seeds of England's eventual religious transformation were quietly germinating. Domestically, Henry continued to assert authority and charisma. Courtly ceremonies, tournaments, and feasts remained central to his image. He combined physical prowess with intellectual curiosity, blending display, scholarship, and strategy in ways that impressed subjects and diplomats alike. The king's energy, presence, and decisiveness reinforced loyalty, even as personal anxieties about succession created tension beneath the surface. Henry's growing concern for a male heir also influenced foreign policy. European alliances were often tied to marriage prospects, and Henry's contemplation of a new wife intersected with broader political considerations. Potential alliances, negotiations, and diplomatic signaling became increasingly intertwined with domestic dynastic strategy. The king's ability to navigate these complexities reflected political acumen, foresight, and awareness of human behavior, ensuring that both personal ambition and national interest were advanced simultaneously. Emotional and psychological factors played a role as well. Henry's frustration and anxiety over succession were accompanied by a desire to project confidence and stability. Public appearances, tournaments, and ceremonial displays reinforced the image of a capable, energetic, and visionary king, even as private pressures mounted. The balance between public perception and private concern was central to Tudor kingship, and Henry navigated it with both intelligence and charisma. By the early 1530s, Henry VIII's preoccupation with securing a male heir had become the defining issue of his reign. The Tudor king's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, once celebrated for political alliance and personal devotion, had become a source of profound anxiety. Despite Catherine's loyalty and piety, the lack of a surviving male heir frustrated Henry, prompting him to reconsider the terms of both marriage and church authority. These considerations would lay the groundwork for one of the most transformative episodes in English history. Henry's frustration was not personal. It was entangled with religious and political constraints. Under canon law, annulment required papal approval. The Pope, deeply influenced by European alliances, especially with Catherine's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, was reluctant to sanction a dissolution. Henry's determination, however, intensified. He began to perceive the limits of papal authority in matters that directly affected England's political and dynastic future. The seeds of the church versus king conflict were being sown. At the center of this growing tension was Thomas Wolsey, Henry's trusted advisor and Lord Chancellor. Wolsey, a man of immense intellect, political skill, and administrative capability, had long managed the king's domestic and diplomatic affairs. Initially, Wolsey sought to mediate between Henry and the Church, exploring every possible legal and theological avenue to secure a favorable solution. He negotiated with Rome, consulted canon lawyers, and tried to persuade Catherine to agree to separation. Wolsey's efforts reflected both loyalty and pragmatism. But the inherent conflict between papal authority and royal ambition would eventually strain even this powerful alliance. Henry's engagement with Wolsey revealed a monarch willing to assert personal will and influence policy. The king studied legal arguments, sought theological opinions, and examined historical precedents, demonstrating intelligence, curiosity, and strategic foresight. He combined personal desire with political calculation, understanding that securing a male heir was not just a private matter but a national necessity. The intersection of personal and public interests marked a turning point in both his reign and the broader trajectory of English governance. The question of annulment had far-reaching diplomatic consequences. European powers were closely watching Henry's moves. Catherine's nephew, Charles V, had vested interest in maintaining the marriage, placing additional pressure on the Pope. Henry's determination to challenge the status quo illustrated his growing willingness to confront established authority, blending personal ambition with a strategic sense of national sovereignty. These tensions foreshadowed the revolutionary steps Henry would later take to assert control over religion in England. Wolsey's role, though central, was ultimately limited by external pressures. Despite his diplomatic skill and dedication, he could not overcome the political realities in Rome. Henry's impatience with delays and lack of progress fueled frustration, reshaping the king's perception of authority. Wolsey, once untouchable and powerful, began to face the subtle erosion of influence as Henry increasingly sought direct action to resolve what he saw as a dynastic emergency. The shifting balance between advisor and monarch highlighted Henry's growing decisiveness and ambition. Court life during this period reflected the tensions surrounding succession and marriage. Courtiers and diplomats observed the king's focus on annulment and succession, adapting their strategies and alliances accordingly. Loyalty, ambition, and intrigue intertwined with Henry's personal concerns, creating a court charged with both political calculation and personal drama. Public appearances, ceremonies, and tournaments were carefully managed to maintain the perception of stability even amid growing private anxiety. Henry's awareness of legal and theological nuances underscored his strategic intelligence. He did not act impulsively. Rather, he gathered information, consulted experts, and weighed options carefully. By doing so, he ensured that any course of action, however controversial, was grounded in arguments that could be presented as legitimate and reasoned. Blending personal desire with political necessity, this approach would later underpin the legal and religious frameworks of the English Reformation. The king's relationship with Catherine remained respectful but increasingly strained. While publicly united, privately Henry wrestled with frustration, longing for a male heir, and the limitations imposed by church law. Catherine's steadfastness and dignity contrasted with Henry's growing impatience, highlighting the complex interplay between personal emotion and political ambition. This tension would become a defining feature of the next stage of Henry's reign, shaping both domestic and international developments. By the early 1530s, Henry VIII's determination to secure a male heir had intensified into a crisis that would change the course of England's history. The lack of papal support for an annulment from Catherine of Aragon left the king frustrated and impatient. The once powerful Thomas Wolsey, who had dominated English politics as Lord Chancellor, found himself unable to deliver a solution. Henry's vision for the future demanded more than diplomacy. It required bold action, calculated risk, and the realignment of power. Wolsey's inability to resolve the annulment issue ultimately led to his fall from power. A man who had risen from humble origins to become one of the most influential figures in England was now vulnerable to the king's impatience and ambition. Wolsey's arrest and subsequent disgrace were a reminder that in Henry's court, loyalty, skill, and service could be overshadowed by unmet expectations and dynastic urgency. His fall marked a shift in governance, emphasizing the king's personal authority over traditional channels of council and church influence. Into this vacuum stepped Thomas Cranmer, a reform-minded cleric with legal and theological acumen. Cranmer's rise reflected Henry's strategic intent to surround himself with advisors who could interpret church law in ways that aligned with royal ambition. Cranmer's support for the annulment and his subsequent actions would pave the way for England's religious transformation, marking the early stages of the English Reformation. Henry's decision to rely on Cranmer demonstrated a growing assertion of independence from Rome, signaling that the king's will could shape the nation's spiritual as well as temporal future. The annulment itself was more than a personal matter. It was political, legal, and symbolic. Henry sought legitimacy for his desire to remarry and secure a male heir, while asserting the sovereignty of the English crown. Cranmer's involvement provided a path through domestic law and theology that bypassed papal control, allowing Henry to position himself as both monarch and ultimate religious authority within England. This maneuver reflected not impulsiveness but strategic intelligence, combining personal desire with national interest. The king's relationship with Catherine of Aragon became increasingly strained, yet publicly dignified. Henry remained committed to presenting a stable monarchy, carefully balancing private frustration with ceremonial unity. Catherine's steadfastness, piety, and political awareness contrasted with Henry's growing impatience, highlighting the tension between personal devotion and dynastic necessity. Their marriage, once a symbol of alliance and legitimacy, had become a catalyst for monumental change. Court dynamics also shifted as Wolsey fell and Cranmer rose. Nobles and courtiers realigned their loyalties, observing the king's decisiveness and strategic vision. Henry's ability to reward loyalty and assert authority became more pronounced. The court itself transformed into a stage where royal power was centralized, and influence was increasingly tied to proximity to the king's will rather than inherited position. This period demonstrated the emerging model of a Tudor monarchy defined by personal control and strategic innovation. Henry's engagement with theology and law grew more deliberate. He carefully examined canon law, historical precedent, and ecclesiastical authority, preparing a framework that justified both annulment and broader changes in religious governance. These efforts were subtle yet revolutionary, blending intellect, ambition, and foresight to create the legal and moral foundation for what would later become the Church of England. Henry's role shifted from passive participant to active architect of religious and political transformation. The king's personal ambition, dynastic urgency, and strategic intellect combined during this period to redefine authority and governance in England. The fall of Wolsey and the rise of Cranmer symbolized a recalibration of power. Advisors served the king's vision rather than mediating it, and church authority increasingly intersected with royal prerogative. Henry's decisive moves reflected a blend of emotion, intellect, and political calculation, highlighting his capacity to navigate complex personal and national challenges simultaneously. Henry VIII also maintained focus on courtly culture, diplomacy, and public image. Despite internal turmoil, tournaments, ceremonies, and public appearances continued, reinforcing the king's charisma and projecting stability. Henry's ability to manage perception, even amid unprecedented religious and personal upheaval, underscored the intersection of power, spectacle, and authority that defined Tudor kingship. By strategically leveraging Cranmer's support and asserting his own authority, Henry laid the groundwork for dramatic legal and religious change. The annulment, once a seemingly impossible challenge, became a catalyst for redefining monarchy, church, and law. Henry's actions demonstrated that the pursuit of a male heir, initially a personal concern, could transform into a nationwide transformation with lasting historical impact. By 1533, Henry VIII's personal and political ambitions had reached a decisive point. The king, frustrated by the inability to obtain an annulment from the Pope, had already begun to rely on Thomas Cranmer to navigate domestic legal and theological solutions. Cranmer's influence grew as Henry sought both legitimacy and freedom to pursue marriage with Anne Boleyn, a woman whose intelligence, charm, and ambition had captured the king's attention. Anne was not merely a companion, she represented hope for a male heir and a shift in the balance of power. The annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon was finalized through a domestic ecclesiastical court, a historic move that bypassed the Pope entirely. Cranmer declared the marriage null and void, citing theological arguments that emphasized the lack of a legitimate male heir as a divine indicator. This act effectively challenged the authority of Rome, signaling that the English crown could assert independence in matters of marriage, succession, and religious governance. The stage was set for a profound church versus king confrontation that would reshape England forever. Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn followed swiftly. Their union was celebrated at court, yet it carried enormous political and religious significance. Anne's position as queen was not solely personal. She symbolized a new era of Tudor authority, intertwining dynastic urgency, personal ambition, and strategic calculation. The marriage reinforced Henry's determination to secure a male heir while projecting an image of legitimacy and divine sanction. Despite the international controversy it provoked, the conflict with Rome intensified as Henry asserted the sovereignty of the English crown over ecclesiastical matters. Catherine remained steadfast in her position, asserting the legitimacy of her marriage and her daughter Mary. European powers, particularly Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, closely monitored developments, aware that England's challenge to papal authority could disrupt alliances, diplomacy, and regional stability. Henry's bold decisions underscored a willingness to confront established institutions to secure personal and national objectives. Anne Boleyn's influence at court was profound. She encouraged Henry's engagement with reformist theologians and legal scholars, creating an environment in which personal desire and national policy intersected. Her intelligence, political savvy, and ambition complemented the king's decisiveness, allowing both to pursue objectives that were simultaneously private and state-driven. Anne's presence also amplified the urgency for a male heir, as her own position depended on producing a son to secure the Tudor succession. The king's domestic policies and courtly image were carefully managed during this transformative period. Henry balanced ceremonial display with strategic governance, ensuring that public perception reflected stability, authority, and legitimacy, even as private and international tensions mounted. Tournaments, feasts, and public appearances reinforced the monarchy's prestige, demonstrating that power could be both assertive and culturally sophisticated. Henry's legal and theological strategies reflected his growing mastery of church, law, and governance. By leveraging domestic authority, he created a legal framework for marriage and succession independent of papal approval. This innovation laid the foundation for future religious reforms and the establishment of the Church of England. Henry's ability to combine personal ambition, dynastic necessity, and strategic intellect exemplified the qualities of a transformative ruler. Internationally, Henry faced both support and opposition. Some English nobles and European diplomats admired his decisiveness and ambition, while others feared the consequences of challenging papal authority. The annulment and subsequent marriage created diplomatic friction with Spain and other Catholic nations, forcing Henry to navigate a complex web of alliances and rivalries. These challenges required both political acumen and personal resolve, further highlighting Henry's capacity for leadership under pressure. The birth of Henry and Anne's daughter, Elizabeth, in 1533 added a new dimension to the king's ambitions. While Elizabeth's gender did not immediately satisfy Henry's desire for a male heir, her presence secured a legacy and strengthened Anne's position at court. Elizabeth would later become one of England's most celebrated monarchs, but even in infancy, her significance underscored the intersection of dynastic planning, personal ambition, and political strategy. Henry VIII's decisive actions during this period marked a transformation in monarchy, religion, and national identity. By pursuing annulment, marrying Anne Boleyn, and challenging papal authority, he asserted a level of personal and political autonomy unprecedented in England. These decisions intertwined private desire with national destiny, reshaping both the structure of governance and the relationship between church and crown. By 1534, England was entering a period of profound transformation. Henry VIII's marriage to Anne Boleyn had not only shifted personal and dynastic priorities, but had also redefined the political landscape of the Tudor court. Anne's intelligence, ambition, and charm allowed her to navigate the complexities of royal life with skill, gaining influence over both policy and public perception. Her presence underscored a new reality. The king's personal desires were now inseparable from national governance. Henry's court became a stage for power, intrigue, and ceremonial display. Nobles and courtiers adjusted their loyalties in response to an rising influence and the king's assertive decisions. Tournaments, feasts, and courtly ceremonies served dual purposes. They were both entertainment and instruments of political messaging, reinforcing the image of a stable monarchy while reflecting the subtleties of courtly alliances and rivalry. Every gesture, every favor, and every public appearance had the potential to shape perception and influence policy. the king's focus remained firmly on producing a male heir. While Anne's marriage to Henry had brought hope for the Tudor dynasty, early efforts to conceive a son were met with anxiety and disappointment. The pressure was immense. England's stability depended on the continuity of the Tudor line, and the king's personal ambition was tightly bound to dynastic necessity. Anne, aware of her own position and influence, shared in this pressure, understanding that a male heir would secure both her status and the kingdom's future. Henry's interactions with Anne also reflected a blend of passion, strategy, and political awareness. Their relationship was more than a union of affection. It was a partnership in ambition and governance, and encouraged Henry to engage with reformist thinkers and legal experts, subtly shaping policy while simultaneously supporting the king's dynastic objectives. The interplay between personal intimacy and political strategy demonstrated the unique complexity of Tudor marriage and monarchy. Religious and legal reforms continued to evolve. The establishment of Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury provided a theological and legal framework for the annulment and future ecclesiastical authority. Henry's engagement with church law was deliberate and strategic, ensuring that future reforms could legitimately bypass papal oversight. This period laid the groundwork for England's eventual break from Rome, positioning the king as both temporal and spiritual authority. Court factions shifted with increasing frequency as Henry and Anne's priorities dictated influence. Nobles aligned themselves with emerging power centers, while advisors and diplomats worked to interpret the king's ambitions. Henry's ability to manage loyalty and assert authority became more pronounced, demonstrating a model of kingship that blended decisiveness with strategic foresight. The court was no longer merely ceremonial. It was an engine of policy, perception, and power. Anne's influence extended beyond the court. She championed cultural and intellectual endeavors, patronized artists and scholars, and subtly reshaped social norms at the Tudor court. Her presence reinforced Henry's image as a Renaissance king, blending political acumen, cultural sophistication, and personal charisma. The couple's united front in public appearances projected stability, even as private anxieties about succession continued to mount. The ongoing challenge of producing a male heir had profound emotional and political consequences. Henry's desire for a son was intertwined with national security, dynastic legitimacy, and personal legacy. The pressures of conception, combined with Anne's awareness of her precarious position, created an atmosphere of tension, ambition, and cautious hope. Every pregnancy attempt carried significance, as the future of the Tudor dynasty and Anne's own security depended upon it. Henry also navigated international diplomacy with this domestic challenge in mind. European powers closely observed the king's marital decisions and the evolving relationship with Rome. Alliances, trade agreements, and political negotiations were all colored by Henry's quest for a legitimate male heir. His ability to maintain both diplomatic credibility and domestic authority reflected the king's strategic intelligence and awareness of the broader implications of personal decisions. The cultural life of the court remained vibrant, even amid these tensions. Feasts, tournaments, and public celebrations reinforced Henry's image as a capable, charismatic, and authoritative monarch. These displays were more than spectacle. They communicated stability, strength, and prestige to both domestic audiences and foreign observers. Henry's skill in balancing ceremonial grandeur with strategic governance underscored his ability to project power through multiple dimensions. Henry VIII's court in the mid-1530s illustrates a delicate intersection of personal ambition, dynastic urgency, and political strategy. The influence of Anne Boleyn, combined with Henry's decisiveness, reshaped governance, court culture, and religious trajectory. The pressures of producing a male heir intensified both personal emotion and national stakes, highlighting how intimate concerns could drive monumental historical change. By 1533 to 1534, the Tudor court was at a turning point. Henry VIII had successfully secured an annulment from Catherine of Aragon and married Anne Boleyn, a woman whose intelligence, charm, and ambition had captured both his heart and political imagination, while the union represented a personal victory for the king. The pressing concern remained the same, producing a male heir to secure the Tudor dynasty. Anne's pregnancy in 1533 brought both excitement and tension. The entire court watched closely, understanding that the future of England's monarchy and zone positioned depended on the outcome. Henry's anxiety was palpable. He was deeply invested emotionally, politically, and symbolically. A male heir would not only secure the succession but also validate the king's decisive break from Rome and his assertion of authority over the Church of England. The pregnancy was treated with immense ceremonial significance. Courtiers, diplomats, and nobility were acutely aware that the queen's child would embody legitimacy, divine favor, and dynastic continuity. Elaborate feasts and public appearances marked the period, blending celebration with strategic messaging. Henry's careful orchestration of these events reinforced both his personal authority and the image of a stable monarchy. In September 1533, Anne gave birth to Elizabeth, a daughter who would later become one of England's most iconic monarchs. While Henry was reportedly disappointed that the child was not male, Elizabeth's birth still carried great significance. She represented the continuation of the Tudor line, the union of royal legitimacy with Anne's intelligence and influence, and a subtle victory in the king's ongoing political and religious strategy. Elizabeth's early life symbolized the complex intersection of succession, dynastic ambition, and personal expectation. Though a girl, she was a reminder that the Tudor dynasty endured, and that the king's authority over both marriage and church law was now unassailable. Anne's position at court strengthened, as her ability to produce in a daughter demonstrated her importance to the monarchy and solidified her influence over policy, culture, and courtly life. Despite Elizabeth's birth, Henry's focus quickly returned to the pursuit of a male heir. The pressure on Anne was immense. Her role as queen was defined by the expectation to bear a son who would guarantee the Tudor succession. The king's determination reflected both personal desire and national necessity. England's stability and future prosperity depended on this single, monumental objective. The birth of Elizabeth also intensified the court's dynamics. Nobles and courtiers were acutely aware of the stakes. Alliances and loyalties shifted in response to the queen's influence and the king's expectations. The court became a delicate balance of political maneuvering, ceremonial display, and personal ambition, with every gesture and favor carrying implications for succession and authority. Henry's engagement with reformist theologians and legal experts continued during this period. The establishment of the Church of England and Cranmer's legal authority created a framework that supported both the king marital decisions, and his broader political strategy. By asserting control over religious matters, Henry ensured that succession, governance, and law were all aligned with his personal and dynastic goals. Anne's influence extended beyond court politics into cultural and intellectual life. She patronized artists, scholars, and theologians, subtly reshaping courtly norms while reinforcing Henry's image as a Renaissance king. Their partnership blended personal intimacy with strategic collaboration, reflecting a model of monarchy in which marriage, ambition, and policy were deeply intertwined. Henry's emotional investment in producing a male heir illustrates the human dimension of kingship. Beyond political calculation, the king's hopes, frustrations, and anxieties were intimately linked to the future of the dynasty. Every decision, every courtly display, and every diplomatic negotiation was colored by this central concern. The pressure to produce a sun-shaped domestic policy, international alliances, and even religious reform. Internationally, the birth of Elizabeth and the ongoing male heir crisis were closely watched by Europe's powers. Diplomats and monarchs understood that Henry's marriage to Anne and his assertion of authority over the Church were reshaping England's place in European politics. Alliances, trade, and diplomacy were all influenced by these personal and dynastic developments, highlighting how individual ambition could alter national and international history. Culturally, the court remained vibrant. Feasts, tournaments, and public appearances reinforced Henry's charisma and authority. These displays of power and prestige communicated stability and legitimacy even amid the uncertainty surrounding succession. Henry's ability to combine spectacle, governance, and strategic vision underscored his effectiveness as both a monarch and a public figure. The period following Elizabeth's birth exemplifies the intimate connection between personal ambition and national destiny. Henry VIII's obsession with securing a male heir drove legal, religious, and political innovation, transforming both the monarchy and the Church. The pressures on Anne Boleyn, the dynamics of the Tudor court, and the king's strategic engagement with advisors and theologians together illustrate the complexity and significance of this transformative era. By the mid-1530s, Henry VIII's reign was marked by a combination of triumph and tension. The establishment of the Church of England and his marriage to Anne Boleyn had strengthened his authority. But new pressures began to emerge. Despite the birth of Elizabeth, the king's desire for a male heir remained urgent, creating subtle strains in his relationship with Anne and reshaping the dynamics of the Tudor court. Anne Boleyn's influence at court was formidable. She actively participated in political discussions, patronized scholars, and subtly shaped policy, earning both admiration and resentment among courtiers. Some nobles saw her as a source of innovation and progress, while others perceived her growing influence as a challenge to traditional power structures. The court became a hotbed of intrigue, with alliances forming and dissolving around the Queen's rising prominence. Henry's personal frustration grew as Anne's pregnancies failed to produce a male heir. The pressure of succession weighed heavily on both monarch and queen, intensifying the stakes of daily court life. And, fully aware of the king's expectations, felt the emotional strain of these pressures, while also navigating the complex social and political landscape of the Tudor court. Their relationship, once defined by passion and mutual ambition, now began to show subtle signs of tension and impatience. Courtly events reflected this underlying strain. Tournaments, banquets, and ceremonies continued. But every gesture, favor, and public appearance carried layers of meaning. Nobles and courtiers observed the interactions between Henry and Anne, closely interpreting signals, shifting allegiances, and maneuvering to maintain influence. The intricate web of loyalty, rivalry, and ambition made the court a stage where personal and political concerns were inseparable. Henry's engagement with advisors and reformist theologians intensified during this period. His interest in legal, religious, and dynastic solutions for securing a male heir grew more deliberate and strategic. Cranmer, still Archbishop of Canterbury, remained a crucial ally, helping the king navigate church law to support his personal and political objectives. Henry's ability to blend personal ambition with religious and legal strategy demonstrated both intelligence and foresight. Anne Boleyn, while influential, was increasingly aware of the precariousness of her position. Court gossip, factionalism, and political maneuvering created a climate of uncertainty. Every pregnancy, public appearance, and political move could shift perception in her favor, undermine her standing. The Queen's intelligence, charm, and political skill became critical tools for maintaining influence. Even as the king's impatience for a male heir intensified. Henry's personal disposition during this period reflected a mixture of determination, anxiety, and assertiveness. The king's charisma and decisiveness remained central to his authority, yet the pressures of succession, court intrigue, and marital tension introduced a new emotional complexity. His ability to project confidence while managing private frustration highlighted the intricate interplay of personal desire and political necessity. International relations continued to intersect with domestic concerns. European powers watched closely as Henry challenged the Pope, established the Church of England, and pursued marital objectives. The king's assertion of sovereignty and religious independence not only affected domestic politics but also reshaped England's standing in Europe, influencing alliances, diplomacy, and regional power dynamics. The dynamics between Henry and Anne during this period foreshadowed future marital conflicts and political drama. The king's urgency for a male heir, combined with the pressures of court politics and the complexities of international diplomacy, created a delicate balance. Every decision, from ceremonial appearances to private conversations, carried consequences that extended beyond the personal realm into national and historical significance. Henry's court life in the mid-1530s illustrates the interwoven nature of ambition, loyalty, and strategy. Anne's rising influence, the king's impatience, and the pressures of succession created an environment in which personal relationships, political power, and national destiny were inextricably linked. This period set the stage for dramatic future events that would alter the monarchy, the church, and the course of English history. By the mid to late 1530s, Henry VIII's obsession with securing a male heir had intensified, casting a shadow over the Tudor court. While Anne Boleyn had given birth to Elizabeth in 1533, the king's desire for a son remained urgent and unrelenting. Anne's subsequent pregnancies became focal points of hope, anxiety, and political tension. illustrating how deeply personal ambition and dynastic necessity were intertwined in Henry's reign. Anne's pregnancies after Elizabeth were fraught with difficulty. Miscarriages and stillbirths struck repeatedly, creating profound emotional strain for both the king and queen. Henry's personal frustration was evident. The court whispered about the king's impatience and the queen's vulnerability. Every failed pregnancy was not just a private disappointment but a national concern, affecting succession, political stability, and international perception. The Tudor court felt the weight of each pregnancy. Courtiers, nobles, and foreign diplomats closely monitored Anne's health and the progress of her pregnancies, recognizing the stakes of dynastic continuity. Every birth or miscarriage carried political consequences. Alliances shifted, loyalties were tested, and Anne's influence waxed and waned depending on her ability to meet the king's expectations. Court life became a delicate balancing act of ceremony, intrigue, and anticipation. Henry's emotional state during this period combined hope, anxiety, and impatience. The king understood that the survival of the Tudor line and his own legacy depended on a male heir. His interactions with Anne were increasingly influenced by these concerns, blending affection with strategic calculation. While he continued to publicly support the queen, privately the pressures of succession added tension to their relationship, foreshadowing the dramatic shifts that would soon redefine the court. Anne Boleyn, aware of the precariousness of her position, navigated these pressures with intelligence and resilience. She cultivated alliances, engaged with reformist scholars, and maintained her cultural and political influence. Yet the repeated miscarriages tested her emotionally and politically. Her ability to maintain composure and influence despite personal loss reflected both her strength and the stakes of Tudor court life. The legal and religious framework established by Henry and Cranmer continued to play a role in this period. By asserting the king's authority over marriage, succession, and religious matters, Henry ensured that the challenges of pregnancy and heirship were matters of state, not solely private concern. The Church of England became both a spiritual institution and a tool of political legitimacy, reinforcing Henry's sovereignty while supporting his dynastic ambitions. Court factions responded to the repeated miscarriages with a mix of sympathy, calculation, and opportunism. Nobles aligned themselves with either the king or the queen, anticipating shifts in influence depending on the outcome of Anne's pregnancies. This environment of intrigue and strategic positioning intensified the pressures on both Henry and Anne, illustrating the inseparability of personal and political concerns in Tudor England. Henry's desperation for a male heir shaped both domestic and international policy. Diplomatic negotiations, alliances, and trade agreements were influenced by the perception of succession stability. European powers closely watched England's royal family, recognizing that the failure to produce a male heir could destabilize alliances and invite political opportunism. Henry's pursuit of a son was therefore not just a private desire but a matter of national security and international strategy. Despite these challenges, the Tudor court continued to thrive culturally and politically. Ceremonies, tournaments, and public events projected an image of stability and continuity. Even as private anxieties loomed large, Henry skillfully balanced the display of authority with the reality of uncertainty, demonstrating the blend of charisma, strategy, and foresight that defined his kingship. the repeated miscarriages marked a turning point in the king's personal and political life. Henry's focus on securing a male heir intensified, setting the stage for dramatic decisions that would reshape both his marriage and the trajectory of England. The pressures of succession, combined with courtly intrigue and personal ambition, foreshadowed the challenges and tragedies that would soon engulf Anne Boleyn in the Tudor court by 1535 to 1536. Henry VIII's reign was increasingly defined by the tension between ambition, personal desire, and political necessity. Despite the establishment of the Church of England and his marriage to Anne Boleyn, the king's frustration over the continued absence of a male heir created a climate of uncertainty and anxiety within the Tudor court. The stakes were immense. England's stability, the Tudor dynasty's continuity, and Henry's personal legacy all hung in the balance. Anne Boleyn, once celebrated for her intelligence, charm, and influence, began to face mounting pressures. The repeated miscarriages, coupled with Henry's relentless desire for a son, eroded her position. Court factions, always sensitive to shifts in favor, started to question her ability to fulfill her most critical role, producing a male heir. Rumors and whispers circulated among courtiers, subtly undermining her authority and influence. Royal court intrigue was intensifying, and Anne's position became increasingly precarious. Henry's personal frustration was palpable. He oscillated between affection for Anne and impatience over her inability to produce a son. The king's demeanor, once charismatic and confident, now carried an undercurrent of tension and urgency. Every courtly gathering, ceremonial display, and diplomatic negotiation was colored by his focus on succession and dynastic security. Henry's singular obsession with a male heir had begun to dominate both private life and public governance, reshaping the nature of Tudor kingship. Courtly life during this period reflected the shifting dynamics. Nobles and advisors subtly realigned themselves, gauging Henry's mood and Anne's waning influence. Ceremonies and public appearances became arenas for subtle political maneuvering, where alliances could be formed or broken based on proximity to the king's favor. The Tudor court had become a delicate ecosystem of loyalty, ambition, and strategic calculation, where personal relationships and political power were inseparably intertwined. Anne Boleyn, despite these challenges, attempted to maintain her influence. She engaged in patronage of scholars and artists, reinforced her role in religious reform discussions, and projected an image of resilience. Yet the weight of expectation, combined with Henry's impatience, placed enormous strain on her ability to navigate the court. Her declining position was not due to lack of intelligence or skill, but the relentless pressure of succession, court politics, and royal ambition. Henry's reliance on trusted advisors such as Thomas Cranmer continued to grow. Cranmer's legal and theological expertise supported the king's decisions regarding marriage, succession, and religious authority. By reinforcing the king's sovereignty over ecclesiastical matters, Cranmer helped Henry maintain the legal framework needed to navigate both personal and political challenges. The interplay between royal ambition and ecclesiastical law became increasingly central to the unfolding drama of Henry's court. International attention remained intense. European powers closely monitored England's internal affairs, recognizing that the failure to produce a male heir could destabilize the monarchy and influence diplomatic alliances. Henry's assertiveness in matters of church and succession projected both confidence and vulnerability, signaling that the personal ambitions of the king had far-reaching political and international consequences. As pressures mounted, subtle signs of tension between Henry and Anne became more visible. Public displays of affection coexisted with private frustration, and the Queen's inability to produce a son increasingly influenced the king's decisions. Courtiers began to sense the fragility of Anne's position, and factionalism intensified. This period foreshadowed the dramatic political and personal shifts that would soon redefine the Tudor court. Henry's court was now a landscape of anticipation, anxiety, and strategic maneuvering. Every decision carried weight: ceremonial, political, and personal. The king's focus on a male heir shaped legal reforms, religious policy, and diplomatic relations, intertwining the private and public spheres in unprecedented ways. The stage was being set for a series of events that would alter not only Anne Boleyn's life but also the future of the English monarchy. The mid-1530s illustrate the complex interplay of personal ambition, dynastic necessity, and political strategy. Anne Boleyn's declining position, Henry's growing frustration, and the pressures of succession created a volatile environment in which every courtly action could carry profound consequences. This period highlights the human side of kingship. A monarch driven by desire, fear, and the weight of historical destiny. By 1536, the atmosphere at the Tudor court had transformed from one of hope and ambition to one of tension, suspicion, and uncertainty. Anne Boleyn, once celebrated for her intelligence, charisma, and influence, now faced the harsh realities of courtly politics and Henry VIII's relentless desire for a male heir. Her inability to provide a son, combined with the king's growing frustration, set the stage for her dramatic and tragic fall from power. Court factions sensed the Queen's vulnerability and began to realign. Nobles who had once supported Anne subtly withdrew their favor, while others maneuvered to curry influence with the increasingly impatient king. The Tudor court had become a landscape of intrigue, where loyalty was fleeting and alliances shifted with the winds of royal favor. Every gesture, every whisper, and every alliance carried weight, reflecting the high stakes of succession, power, and survival. Henry VIII's frustration over the lack of a male heir had grown into a personal obsession. His interactions with Anne became marked by a blend of irritation and detachment. Public appearances maintained the semblance of unity, but behind the scenes, the king was already considering alternatives that would secure his dynastic objectives. The combination of personal disappointment and political calculation began to define Henry's approach to both marriage and governance. Allegations against Anne Boleyn started to circulate, fueled by factional rivals and the king's advisors. Accusations ranged from infidelity to political scheming, though historical evidence suggests that many were exaggerated or fabricated to serve the interests of those seeking to gain favor with Henry. These charges, whether true or false, reflected the high-stakes environment of the Tudor court, where personal and political ambitions often intertwined. The legal machinery of the Tudor state, influenced by Henry's earlier reforms, now played a central role in Anne's downfall. Thomas Cranmer, once her ally, had by this stage aligned his efforts with the king's objectives, emphasizing the king's authority over both marital and religious matters. The mechanisms of law and church authority, previously tools for validating Henry's ambitions, were now turned toward enforcing the Queen's removal from power. Anne's position, once secure and commanding, became increasingly isolated. Allies either distanced themselves or attempted to mitigate their exposure to the king's growing anger. The Queen's intelligence, wit, and political skill could no longer counterbalance the combined pressures of succession, court intrigue, and royal dissatisfaction. Every misstep, every rumor, and every courtly maneuver contributed to her vulnerability. Henry's court continued its public rituals and displays of stability. Ceremonies, feasts, and tournaments maintained the illusion of normalcy, even as private tensions escalated. The contrast between public pageantry and private drama highlighted the dual nature of Tudor monarchy. Authority projected outward, while personal ambition and dynastic urgency shaped decisions behind closed doors. The stakes of succession remained at the forefront. Henry's obsession with a male heir dictated both domestic policy and personal decision-making. Anne's declining position reflected the centrality of dynastic necessity. In Tudor England, the monarchy's stability depended on producing heirs, and the Queen's worth was measured in relation to this objective. Her inability to provide a son made her vulnerable to the king's wrath and courtly scheming alike. International observers watched these developments with keen interest. The instability surrounding Anne Boleyn's position had implications for England's diplomatic relationships, alliances, and perception abroad. Henry's assertiveness, combined with his willingness to remove a queen who could not fulfill dynastic expectations, signaled both strength and volatility to European powers. England was being reshaped not only by royal ambition but also by the consequences of personal desire intertwined with statecraft. This period marks the climactic turning point in Anne Boleyn's story. From celebrated queen and reform influencer to a figure beset by accusations and courtly hostility, Anne's trajectory illustrates the precarious nature of power at Henry VIII's court. Her fall was not solely a result of personal failure but a convergence of ambition, expectation, and the complex dynamics of Tudor politics. Henry's decisive actions during this period reflected his growing willingness to assert absolute authority over marriage, succession, and governance. The mechanisms he had established earlier, legal, religious, and political, now enabled him to remove obstacles to his dynastic goals. The fall of Anne Boleyn, while personal, was also emblematic of the broader transformation of the English monarchy, in which personal desire, political strategy, and royal authority intersected. By May 1536, the Tudor court had reached a dramatic climax. Anne Boleyn, once celebrated as the intelligent, ambitious, and influential queen, now faced the devastating consequences of courtly intrigue and Henry VIII's relentless drive for a male heir. The stage was set for her arrest, trial, and the tragic conclusion that would reverberate throughout England and Europe. Anne's arrest was sudden yet carefully orchestrated. Court insiders and Henry's advisors, including Thomas Cromwell, acted swiftly to isolate the Queen from potential allies. The charges brought against her were severe adultery, treason, and conspiracy against the king, though modern historians agree that many were fabricated or exaggerated to serve political ends. The Tudor court, with its delicate balances of loyalty, ambition, and fear, became the arena for one of history's most dramatic trials. Public reaction was mixed. While Anne had many supporters, fear of the king's wrath and the persuasive force of propaganda ensured that her isolation was nearly complete. Courtiers who had once admired her intelligence and charm now kept a cautious distance, recognizing that the consequences of loyalty could outweigh the rewards. Anne's fall exemplified the precariousness of power at the Tudor court, where factional politics and royal favor determined life or death. The trial itself was a spectacle of legal and political theater. Conducted at the Tower of London, Anne faced judges and witnesses who were often influenced by Henry's advisors. Evidence, much of it circumstantial or coerced, painted the queen as a traitor and adulteress. Anne's intelligence and poise were on display, but the court had been carefully prepared to secure her conviction. The Tudor legal system, shaped by Henry's earlier reforms and assertion of sovereignty over the church, enabled the king to enforce both marital and dynastic authority. Henry VIII's personal involvement in the trial was profound. Though he did not publicly preside, his presence and decisions influenced every stage of the proceedings. The king's frustration over the absence of a male heir, combined with the political necessity of consolidating power, had culminated in a ruthless strategy. Anne's fate was inseparable from Henry's ambition, illustrating the stark reality that in Tudor England, personal desire and royal authority were deeply intertwined. Anne's composure during the trial became a symbol of courage and dignity. She defended herself with intelligence and grace, challenging the accusations even as the outcome was effectively predetermined. Her resistance highlighted both her personal strength and the broader themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the human cost of political ambition. Despite her efforts, the legal machinery and political strategy surrounding her made acquittal impossible. The Tudor court watched with a mix of fascination, fear, and anticipation. Anne's fall was both a personal tragedy and a public spectacle, reinforcing the authority of Henry VIII, while signaling the consequences of failing to meet the demands of succession and royal favor. Courtiers learned that loyalty could be fleeting, and that the stakes of proximity to power were life-altering. Courtly intrigue and factional politics dominated the atmosphere, influencing behavior and alliances. International observers were equally attentive. News of Anne's arrest and trial reached European courts quickly, affecting diplomatic relations and perceptions of England's monarchy. Henry's decisive action demonstrated both his authority and volatility, reinforcing England's independence from papal oversight, while simultaneously showcasing the personal nature of royal governance. The fall of Anne Boleyn became an event of global political significance, intertwining domestic intrigue with international diplomacy. As the trial concluded, Anne's conviction was inevitable. The charges, though widely regarded as dubious, reflected the power dynamics of the Tudor court, where personal ambition, dynastic pressure, and political strategy converged. Her downfall marked a turning point in Henry VIII's reign, illustrating how the pursuit of a male heir and consolidation of authority could reshape both personal relationships and national policy. The final days before her execution were marked by reflection, composure, and a quiet resilience. Anne's intelligence, poise, and dignity remained evident even as she faced her fate. Her story, from celebrated queen to fallen figure, underscored the volatile intersection of ambition, power, and personal desire in Tudor England. The court, once a stage of hope and influence, had become the setting for a profound lesson in the human and political cost of monarchy. Henry VIII's role in these events demonstrated his strategic decisiveness and ruthless ambition. By orchestrating Anne's downfall, he reinforced his authority, asserted control over succession, and cleared the path for future marriages designed to produce a male heir. The consequences extended beyond the personal, shaping the monarchy, the court, and the political landscape of England for years to come. By May 19, 1536, the Tudor court witnessed one of its most dramatic and defining moments, the execution of Anne Boleyn, once celebrated as a vibrant, intelligent, and ambitious queen. Anne now faced the ultimate consequence of political intrigue, succession pressures, and Henry VIII's unwavering ambition. Her death marked both a personal tragedy and a pivotal turning point in England's history. Anne's execution at the Tower of London was a carefully orchestrated event. Despite the gravity of the moment, the ceremony was designed to maintain the illusion of royal authority and stability. Anne's composure in the face of death became emblematic of courage and dignity. Her story, from rising influence to tragic fall, underscored the precariousness of power at Henry VIII's court, where personal favor and dynastic necessity dictated the fates of even the most prominent figures. The immediate political fallout was profound. Court factions quickly realigned, with nobles and advisors shifting allegiances to align with Henry's intentions. Thomas Cromwell, who had played a crucial role in orchestrating Anne's downfall, consolidated influence, demonstrating how the king's decisions reshaped power structures within the Tudor court. Courtiers learned that loyalty was conditional and that proximity to power could carry immense risk. Henry VIII's personal emotions were complex. While the king had acted decisively to remove a queen who had failed to produce a male heir, historical accounts suggest a mixture of anger, disappointment, and even regret. Anne's death was not merely a legal or political act. It was entwined with Henry's personal desires, dynastic ambitions, and the pressures of monarchy. The event reinforced the stark reality that the monarch's authority in Tudor England was absolute, particularly when succession and dynastic security were at stake. The execution also had symbolic significance. It demonstrated that no individual, regardless of intelligence or charm, was immune to the consequences of failing to meet royal expectations. Anne's downfall served as a warning to courtiers and future queens. Influence and favor were fleeting, and the king's pursuit of a male heir could override personal affection, loyalty, and past service. In the wake of Anne's death, Henry wasted little time in pursuing a new queen capable of producing the much-desired male heir. Courtly attention shifted to potential brides, as factions competed to position their candidates favorably. Henry's determination to secure succession reflected both personal desire and the political necessity of dynastic continuity. The king's next marriage would be shaped by lessons learned from Anne's rise and fall, emphasizing loyalty, fertility, and strategic alliance. International observers noted the implications of Anne's execution. European powers, already aware of England's break with the Pope, saw the king's decisive action as a demonstration of sovereign authority and political ruthlessness. England's position in Europe was reinforced by the message that Henry VIII would not tolerate threats to dynastic stability, whether from within his court or through external pressures. The cultural impact of Anne Boleyn's death was also significant. Writers, artists, and historians recorded the events, ensuring that the Queen's story would endure in memory and legend. Her life and tragic fall became a subject of fascination, illustrating themes of ambition, intrigue, loyalty, and betrayal that resonated across generations. Henry's subsequent actions reflected his unwavering focus on the male heir. The king's court quickly reorganized, with advisors and courtiers navigating a new landscape of influence. Potential queens were evaluated not only for beauty or charm but for their ability to secure succession, demonstrating how deeply dynastic concerns shaped personal and political decisions in Tudor England. The fall of Anne Boleyn and Henry's response underscored a central truth of the Tudor monarchy: the intertwining of personal ambition, royal authority, and national destiny. Henry VIII's decisions during this period set precedents for governance, succession, and courtly behavior, influencing the monarchy for decades to come. Henry's pursuit of a male heir, reinforced by Anne's tragic end, illustrated the pressures and expectations placed on women at court. Queens were not only companions, but instruments in securing dynastic survival. Anne's story became a cautionary tale, highlighting the human and political cost of failing to fulfill the king's desires, while also showing the enduring strength and dignity of an individual facing impossible odds. By May 1536, immediately following the execution of Anne Boleyn, Henry VIII was already contemplating his next step towards securing the Tudor dynasty's future: a new queen who could provide the male heir he so desperately desired. This search led him to Jane Seymour, a gentle, intelligent, and politically savvy woman who captured both the king's attention and the admiration of court observers. Jane's reputation for modesty, loyalty, and discretion made her an ideal candidate. Unlike Anne, whose intelligence and assertiveness had provoked rivalries, Jane's composed demeanor and adaptability aligned perfectly with the king's immediate priorities, producing a son and stabilizing the succession. The marriage, swift by modern standards, was as much a political maneuver as it was a personal union, reflecting the interplay between royal desire, court expectations, and dynastic necessity. The Tudor court reacted with a mixture of relief, curiosity, and anticipation. Factions quickly repositioned themselves around Jane, recognizing that favor with the king could now translate into power and influence. Ceremonies, feasts, and public appearances highlighted her acceptance as queen, demonstrating the king's authority and projecting stability in the wake of Anne Boleyn's dramatic downfall. Henry's emotions toward Jane combined admiration with focused ambition. While he reportedly found comfort in her gentleness, his primary concern remained the production of a male heir. The court understood that Jane's position, like Anne's before her, would be directly tied to her ability to fulfill this dynastic expectation. The subtle pressures of succession shaped every interaction, highlighting the centrality of heirship in Tudor political life. By 1537, Jane's pregnancy became a source of intense hope and scrutiny. Courtiers, advisors, and international observers monitored her closely, aware that the child's gender would carry monumental significance. The king's focus on her pregnancy illustrated both his personal desire and strategic calculation. A male heir would secure the Tudor dynasty, validate his break with the Pope, and strengthen England's political position in Europe. During Jane's pregnancy, Henry VIII's court displayed a renewed sense of optimism. Elaborate ceremonies, public appearances, and celebrations emphasized both the Queen's importance and the King's renewed vigor. Jane's comportment, marked by discretion, grace, and intelligence, reinforced her position as the ideal Tudor queen, balancing both public expectation and private ambition. The king's advisors, including Thomas Cromwell and Thomas Cranmer, played crucial roles in managing court perception, ensuring that Jane's pregnancy was celebrated as a national event while maintaining the strategic stability of alliances within the court. These advisors understood that a successful male heir would reinforce both the monarchy's authority and their own positions within the political hierarchy. Jane's pregnancy also had cultural and social implications. Artists, writers, and chroniclers recorded the events, emphasizing the continuity of the Tudor line and the fulfillment of dynastic ambitions. The king's public image benefited from Jane's poised presence and the hope for a son, demonstrating how personal life, politics, and public perception were intricately connected in Tudor England. Henry's hope for a male heir placed Jane at the center of both national and international attention. Diplomatic observers recognized that the birth of a son would strengthen alliances, deter rival claims, and enhance England's status in European politics. Jane's pregnancy became a symbol not just of personal desire but of national stability and dynastic legitimacy. In October 1537, Jane gave birth to Edward, the long-awaited male heir. The court erupted in celebration with feasts, tournaments, and public announcements highlighting the significance of the event. Edward's birth represented the culmination of Henry VIII's relentless pursuit of a son, fulfilling both personal ambition and dynastic necessity. The successful birth of a male heir reinforced the king's authority, stabilized the Tudor succession, and marked a new chapter in England's monarchy. Jane's role in securing the male heir elevated her status as queen. Her ability to meet the king's expectations, coupled with her intelligence and discretion, made her beloved in courtly circles and respected by political allies. The union illustrated how the combination of personal compatibility, political acumen, and dynastic utility could secure both favor and influence in Tudor England. Henry VIII's response to Edward's birth reflected a mixture of triumph, relief, and renewed confidence. The success of Jane's pregnancy solidified the king's legacy, demonstrating the centrality of male succession in shaping monarchy, law, and culture. The birth of Edward Tudor marked not only the personal achievement of the king but also a turning point in the history of England, ensuring the continuity of the Tudor dynasty and reinforcing the intertwining of personal desire and political necessity. By October 1537, England celebrated the birth of Edward Tudor, the long-awaited male heir. Yet amid the joy and triumph of succession, tragedy struck the Tudor court. Jane Seymour, who had fulfilled Henry VIII's paramount desire by giving birth to a son, succumbed to complications shortly after childbirth. Her death marked a moment of profound grief for the king, the court, and the nation, reminding all that the pursuit of dynastic goals carried deep human consequences. Jane's passing was sudden and emotionally impactful. Henry VIII, often portrayed as a stern and ambitious monarch, displayed genuine sorrow. Contemporary accounts described the king mourning deeply, a rare glimpse into the personal feelings of a ruler whose life was largely defined by power, succession, and strategic ambition. Jane's death revealed the human cost of monarchy, even as dynastic goals were achieved. The fragility of life and the inevitability of loss shaped the king's emotions and the court's atmosphere. The Tudor court, while grieving, also faced the practical realities of succession and stability. With Edward secured as heir, Henry's immediate concern shifted toward maintaining political order and courtly balance. Advisors, courtiers, and nobles were acutely aware that the king's next marriage would be of both personal and political significance. The search for a new queen reflected a strategic blend of dynastic planning, alliance building, and courtly influence. Henry's grief was intertwined with determination. Jane's death, though painful, did not diminish the king's focus on consolidating the Tudor dynasty. His attention turned quickly toward selecting a new queen capable of ensuring both political stability and the production of future heirs. Court factions began promoting candidates, each hoping to align themselves with royal favor and secure influence in the evolving hierarchy. Court intrigue and political maneuvering intensified as potential. Queens were evaluated not only for beauty or charm but for their capacity to fulfill dynastic expectations. The selection of the next queen also carried international implications. European powers closely observed Henry's court, recognizing that the king's marriage choices would impact alliances, diplomacy, and the balance of power. Royal marriages were tools of statecraft, and the Tudor court understood that the king's personal life could shape England's standing abroad. Dynastic ambition, political strategy, and international relations were intertwined in every decision. Henry's advisors played a pivotal role in managing both grief and strategy. Thomas Cromwell and other key courtiers worked to maintain court stability, navigate factional tensions, and present a unified front to the public and foreign powers. Public ceremonies and rituals projected continuity. Even as private sorrow and political maneuvering unfolded behind the scenes, the king's actions demonstrated the blend of personal emotion and strategic calculation that characterized Tudor monarchy. Jane's legacy endured despite her brief tenure as queen. She was remembered for her gentleness, loyalty, and the critical role she played in securing the male heir. Her death highlighted the human dimension of monarchy, emphasizing that behind political maneuvering and dynastic ambition lay real individuals whose lives shaped history. The Tudor court, while pragmatic, could not entirely escape the emotional impact of her passing, which resonated through both private and public spheres. Henry's grief, while genuine, was tempered by the inexorable demands of kingship. The production of heirs, consolidation of power, and maintenance of political alliances required prompt attention. The king's focus on securing a new queen reflected the realities of monarchy. Personal loss coexisted with the necessity of governance, and every decision carried consequences for succession, diplomacy, and domestic stability. The death of Jane Seymour also influenced Henry's public image. Displays of mourning, coupled with continued attention to ceremonial duties, reinforced his image as both a devoted father and a decisive monarch. The successful birth of Edward secured the dynasty, while Jane's death humanized the king, illustrating the intersection of emotion, authority, and historical consequence. As the Tudor court moved forward, Henry VIII began the careful and deliberate process of selecting his next queen. The king's criteria reflected lessons learned from previous marriages: loyalty, discretion, political advantage, and the ability to produce heirs. Courtiers actively promoted candidates, while Henry weighed both personal preference and strategic benefit. This period marked the beginning of a new chapter in the Tudor monarchy, blending ambition, alliance building, and the ever-present focus on succession. Henry VIII's personal response to Jane's death highlighted the dual nature of kingship, the intertwining of human emotion with political necessity. The king mourned the loss of a queen who had met his most urgent need, while simultaneously preparing for the next stage in securing the dynasty. The court, the nation, and Europe watched as Henry navigated grief, authority, and strategy, illustrating the enduring complexities of Tudor monarchy. By late 1538, after the death of Jane Seymour, Henry VIII's court had stabilized around the secure succession of Edward Tudor. Yet the king's personal life and dynastic ambitions demanded attention once again. With alliances in Europe shifting and England's political position needing reinforcement, Henry turned his focus toward a new queen, Anne of Cleves, a German princess whose marriage promised both political alliance and dynastic advantage. The decision to pursue Anne of Cleves as queen was driven by strategic diplomacy. England faced the potential threat of Catholic powers, particularly France and the Holy Roman Empire, who might challenge the English Reformation or intervene in succession disputes. By marrying Anne, Henry sought to strengthen ties with the Protestant German states, creating a network of allies that could counterbalance continental pressures. The marriage was not only personal, but profoundly political, reflecting the intersection of royal desire and international strategy. Henry's advisors, including Thomas Cromwell, played a critical role in orchestrating the courtship. Cromwell emphasized the advantages of an alliance with the Duchy of Cleves, presenting Anne as both a suitable bride and a diplomatic asset. Portraits were sent to England, showcasing Anne's beauty and grace, though the king's eventual dissatisfaction with the likeness would later become infamous. Nevertheless, initial reactions at court and abroad treated the engagement as a triumph of strategic diplomacy. The Tudor court approached the engagement with a mixture of excitement and caution. Nobles recognized the political significance of the marriage, while factions maneuvered to gain favor with the prospective queen. Ceremonies, negotiations, and correspondence emphasized England's role in European politics, projecting stability and authority. Anne's introduction into English affairs became both a domestic event and an international signal, highlighting the importance of dynastic alliances in Tudor strategy. Henry's personal response to Anne was complex. He anticipated the union with hope, combining the desire for companionship with the political necessity of securing Protestant alliances. Yet his known temperament, impulsive, passionate, and deeply invested in appearance, created uncertainty. While advisors praised the political logic, Henry's eventual disappointment with Anne's appearance and demeanor would later reveal the tension between personal preference and political obligation in Tudor marriages. Anne of Cleves arrived in England in December 1539, greeted with formal ceremonies and courtly display. Her arrival marked the culmination of months of negotiation, emphasizing both royal authority and diplomatic symbolism. Courtiers, diplomats, and foreign observers closely watched her reception. Aware that the success of the marriage would influence succession, alliances, and the king's personal satisfaction. Every gesture and event was laden with political and social significance. Despite the careful planning, Henry's first impression of Anne was underwhelming. Contemporary accounts describe his disappointment upon meeting her in person, contrasting sharply with the portraits that had presented an idealized image. This moment foreshadowed tension in the marriage and underscored the challenges of aligning personal desire with political necessity. The king's reaction would have implications not only for Anne's position but for court factionalism, public perception, and future diplomatic relations. The political ramifications of the marriage extended beyond England. Protestant states in Germany viewed the union as a reinforcement of alliances, while Catholic powers observed potential shifts in balance. Henry's marriage to Anne of Cleves became a case study in how dynastic strategy, international politics, and royal preference intersected, shaping both domestic and European affairs. Court life during this period reflected a mixture of ceremony, anticipation, and subtle tension. Advisors sought to maintain stability while navigating the king's mood and Anne's adjustment to English culture. Every event, from formal introductions to public appearances, was carefully managed to reinforce the illusion of unity and dynastic purpose, even as private uncertainties loomed. The engagement and arrival of Anne of Cleves set the stage for one of the most unusual and politically charged marriages in Henry VIII's reign. While intended to secure alliances and strengthen succession, it highlighted the complex interplay between personal satisfaction, political expediency, and courtly influence. The Tudor court, ever attuned to shifts in power and favor, began to prepare for a union that promised both opportunity and challenge. Henry's marriage to Anne ultimately demonstrated that even the most carefully calculated unions could be fraught with tension. The dynamics between the king, his advisors, and the quintubi would soon reveal how dynastic ambition, personal expectation, and political strategy could collide, producing both drama and transformation within the English monarchy. By January 1540, Henry VIII's marriage to Anne of Cleves had officially taken place. But the union quickly revealed itself as fraught with tension and disappointment. Despite months of diplomatic planning and careful courtly preparation, the king's personal dissatisfaction became evident almost immediately. Henry, who had placed political alliance and dynastic strategy above all else, found himself grappling with a bride who, in his eyes, did not meet his expectations in appearance or demeanor. The marriage, while legally binding, was marked by unequal enthusiasm. Anne approached her new role with dignity, adapting to English court customs, etiquette, and ceremonies. Yet Henry's discontent was palpable. The contrast between the idealized portrait sent from Cleves and the reality of Anne's presence highlighted the fragile intersection of royal desire, political necessity, and personal expectation. Court observers quickly sensed the strain. Factions who had supported the marriage now began to distance themselves, anticipating potential fallout. Advisors like Thomas Cromwell, who had championed the union, faced scrutiny for misjudging the king's reaction. The brief marriage illustrated the fragile nature of courtly favor and the high stakes of royal matchmaking, where miscalculations could have profound political and personal consequences. Henry's frustration grew in both private and public spheres. Reports suggest he expressed his dissatisfaction openly, making clear his disinterest in the marriage. His behavior signaled to the court that the union was failing, prompting whispers, speculation, and subtle maneuvering among courtiers, eager to align themselves with the king's preferences. Court intrigue intensified, demonstrating how the monarch's personal opinions could reshape the balance of power almost overnight. Diplomatically, the marriage had served its initial purpose. By formally uniting with Anne of Cleves, Henry had strengthened ties with the German Protestant states, reassuring allies and sending a signal to continental powers. Even after the marriage's breakdown, the alliance endured, highlighting how political objectives sometimes outlast personal satisfaction. Diplomacy, succession strategy, and European politics remained deeply intertwined in Tudor marriages. The process leading to annulment was carefully managed. Henry and his advisors, keen to preserve both authority and dignity, framed the annulment around legal and theological grounds. The claim of non-consummation and issues regarding mutual consent provided a mechanism to dissolve the marriage without overt scandal, though court gossip and public curiosity ensured that the episode would not go unnoticed. The annulment process demonstrated the king's increasing control over both legal mechanisms and ecclesiastical authority. Anne of Cleves, for her part, navigated the situation with intelligence and composure. She accepted the annulment, understanding the political realities of the English court and the king's expectations. Rather than resist, she retained her status and security, earning a generous settlement, the title of the king's sister, and continued respect within court circles. Her handling of the situation reflected both personal wisdom and an acute understanding of Tudor politics, diplomacy, and social positioning. The annulment had broader implications for the Tudor court. Factions realigned, lessons were learned regarding royal matchmaking, and courtiers observed how quickly favor could shift based on the king's personal satisfaction. Thomas Cromwell, previously influential as the architect of the marriage, experienced temporary loss of prestige, illustrating the volatile consequences of courtly miscalculations. Henry VIII's reaction to the annulment further reinforced his authority. By exercising decisive control over marriage and succession, he demonstrated that personal preference and dynastic strategy could override diplomatic planning and social expectation. The episode showcased the intersection of ambition, personal desire, and political maneuvering that characterized his reign. Despite the brevity of the marriage, the alliance with Anne of Cleves' family endured. England's diplomatic position in Europe remained secure, demonstrating how Tudor politics often balanced personal disappointment with strategic advantage. Henry's ability to manage both private dissatisfaction and public obligation reinforced his image as a monarch capable of navigating complex political, social, and personal landscapes. The annulment also set a precedent for the future, emphasizing the king's authority in marital and dynastic matters. Anne's dignified response, coupled with the king's decisive action, reinforced the notion that royal power, succession, and diplomacy were deeply interwoven, and that personal preference could shape national and international outcomes. This brief, troubled marriage underscored the realities of Tudor court life. Alliances were fragile, royal favor was fleeting, and the demands of dynasty could override personal happiness. For Henry VIII, the experience was both a lesson and a stepping stone, influencing how he approached subsequent marriages, courtly alliances, and the ongoing quest for heirs. By 1540, after the annulment of his marriage to Anne of Cleves, Henry VIII's search for a new queen took him to Catherine Howard, a young, vibrant, and strikingly beautiful member of the influential Howard family. Unlike previous queens, Catherine's youth and charm captivated the king immediately. Her rise from relative obscurity to queen consort highlighted the power of courtly allure, family influence, and political maneuvering in Tudor England. Catherine Howard's family, particularly her uncle Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, played a pivotal role in advancing her position. They understood that placing Catherine at Henry's side could elevate the Howard family's influence at court, secure political alliances, and maintain proximity to royal authority. The marriage, therefore, was as much a strategic maneuver as it was a personal union, blending dynastic ambition with personal attraction. Henry's courtship of Catherine was swift and intense. The king, now in his late 40s, was enamored by her vivacity and charm. Courtiers observed his fascination closely, noting the stark contrast between his demeanor with Catherine and his previous marriages. Catherine's rise to prominence exemplified the role of youth, beauty, and familial connections in gaining royal favor and navigating the intricate dynamics of Tudor politics. The early months of their marriage were marked by enthusiasm and public celebration. Catherine's youthful energy brought a renewed vibrancy to the Tudor court, while Henry's attentions underscored both personal desire and political investment. Court life adjusted to accommodate the new queen, with ceremonies, appearances, and public displays emphasizing royal authority, dynastic continuity, and social hierarchy. Catherine's popularity at court extended beyond the king. Nobles and courtiers admired her charm and grace, while her close connections within the Howard family positioned her as a central figure in court intrigue and factional alliances. Her presence shifted power dynamics, influencing both political decision-making and social relations within the royal household. Henry's personal affection for Catherine significantly influenced court policy and atmosphere. His attentions, gifts, and public displays of favor signaled to the court that Catherine's position was secure, at least temporarily. This elevated status created both opportunities and challenges. As courtiers navigated loyalty, ambition, and the potential volatility of royal favor, the dynamics of their relationship reflected the intersection of romance, strategy, and authority in Tudor marriages. However, Catherine's youth and inexperience also carried risks. The court's scrutiny intensified, with advisors and rivals observing her every move. Her ability to adapt to royal expectations, manage courtly relationships, and maintain the king's favor would prove crucial in determining both her personal security and her family's influence. The early years of her queenship were thus defined by adaptation, political awareness, and the pressures of succession. During this period, the king's focus remained partially on securing additional heirs. Although Edward Tudor had solidified succession, Henry's desire for more children, particularly healthy male heirs, shaped his relationship with Catherine. The Queen's role extended beyond companionship, encompassing fertility, dynastic strategy, and symbolic representation of the Tudor monarchy's continuity. Catherine's presence also impacted the court's cultural life. Artists, poets, and chroniclers recorded her appearances, demeanor, and influence, emphasizing her role in revitalizing the court's image and projecting royal authority. Her rise served as a reminder that Tudor queens were not merely ceremonial figures, they were central to the social, political, and cultural dynamics of the monarchy. The early years of Henry and Catherine's union illustrated the complexities of Tudor marriage. The relationship was defined by intense personal attraction, political considerations, and the ever-present demands of succession. Courtiers recognized that Catherine's favor could shift rapidly, depending on the king's moods, alliances, and strategic needs, highlighting the precariousness of courtly influence in Henry VIII's reign. Despite the enthusiasm surrounding their marriage, subtle tensions and risks loomed. Catherine's youth, combined with her family's ambitions, made her both influential and vulnerable. The Tudor court remained a landscape of intrigue, competition, and rapid change, where the fortunes of queens could rise or fall based on royal favor, political maneuvering, or personal missteps. Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine Howard reaffirmed his pattern of combining personal desire with dynastic strategy. While romance and attraction played a role, the marriage also reinforced alliances, elevated family influence, and maintained the king's control over courtly hierarchy and succession planning. The early years set the stage for the dramatic events that would later define Catherine's queenship. By 1540 to 1541, Catherine Howard had settled into her role as queen consort, bringing energy, charm, and renewed attention to the Tudor court. Her youth and vivacity made her a favorite of Henry VIII, and her influence extended beyond personal affection. Courtiers, diplomats, and foreign observers noted how Catherine's presence reshaped courtly culture, alliances, and social dynamics, reflecting both her charisma and the strategic positioning of her family, particularly the powerful Howard faction. Catherine's early queenship was marked by elegance and public display. She participated in court ceremonies, entertainments, and official appearances, projecting the image of royal grace, fertility, and loyalty. Her ability to navigate the complex etiquettes of court life impressed many, reinforcing her position as a prominent figure in Henry's personal and political sphere. At the same time, her youth and inexperience left her vulnerable to mistakes, rivalries, and the constant scrutiny of the Tudor court. The Queen's influence extended into the king's private and political decisions. Henry's favor allowed her family, the Howards, to gain prominence in key appointments, marriages, and social opportunities. This consolidation of power illustrated the intersection of personal intimacy and political advantage, a recurring theme in Henry VIII's reign. Courtiers quickly learned that aligning with Catherine could enhance their fortunes, but losing her favor could bring swift consequences. Despite her popularity and charm, tensions were beginning to emerge. Catherine's youthful indiscretions, past relationships, and lack of political sophistication gradually became sources of concern among advisors and observers. The king's court, always a network of rival factions and intrigue, began to monitor these issues carefully, recognizing that any scandal could have serious implications for royal authority and succession stability. Henry's personal obsession with Catherine was both a source of her power and a vulnerability. While his attentions secured her influence, they also heightened the stakes. Any misstep, real or perceived, could quickly transform favor into jeopardy. The Queen's conduct, both public and private, was under constant evaluation, emphasizing the precarious balance between affection, reputation, and political necessity in Tudor marriage. Court life under Catherine reflected both celebration and underlying tension. Banquets, masques, and tournaments highlighted her role as a symbol of youth and vitality. Yet behind the scenes, advisors, noble families, and courtiers were increasingly attentive to potential risks. The Howard family's ambitions, coupled with Catherine's own inexperience, created a volatile mix of opportunity, rivalry, and scrutiny. Catherine's increasing visibility also had cultural significance. Artists, writers, and chroniclers documented her presence, contributing to her fame and the enduring legacy of her queenship. Her style, demeanor, and public image reinforced the Tudor ideals of royal femininity, courtly sophistication, and dynastic symbolism, while simultaneously providing fodder for gossip and speculation within courtly circles. Amid her growing influence, cracks began to appear. Historical records hint at the Queen's youthful indiscretions and lingering connections from her past, which, though minor at first, began to draw attention from advisors concerned about the king's reaction. In a court where reputation could determine survival, these early tensions were signs of the storm that would later engulf her. Court intrigue and factional maneuvering intensified as whispers circulated, reflecting the fragile nature of power under Henry VIII. Henry VIII, ever decisive and prone to extremes, was initially blind to these emerging tensions, focused instead on Catherine's charm, companionship, and the continuity of dynastic hope. Yet the court observed closely, aware that favor could shift suddenly, and that even minor scandals could escalate into political crises. The interplay of personal emotion, courtly ambition, and dynastic necessity shaped the atmosphere in which Catherine operated daily. The Queen's influence, though considerable, was inseparable from the shadow of risk. Her family's ambitions, her personal conduct, and the king's unpredictable temperament meant that every gesture, appearance, and decision carried weight. Courtiers, aware of these dynamics, navigated the landscape carefully, balancing loyalty, ambition, and self-preservation. The early years of Catherine Howard's queenship were thus defined by both vibrancy and vulnerability, a delicate interplay that underscored the precariousness of Tudor court life. This period highlighted the broader dynamics of Henry VIII's reign, the intertwining of personal desire, political strategy, and courtly influence. Catherine's early queenship served as a vivid illustration of how youth, charm, and family connections could secure immense favor, while also revealing the latent dangers of scrutiny, scandal, and royal caprice. Her story foreshadowed the dramatic consequences that could arise when personal conduct, ambition, and dynastic pressures collided. By 1541 to 1542, the Tudor court was abuzz with rumors that would soon shatter the vibrant facade of Catherine Howard's queenship. The young queen, celebrated for her charm and beauty, had a past that, while overlooked at first, began to attract scrutiny from vigilant courtiers and Henry VIII's ever-watchful advisors. Her youthful indiscretions and early liaisons, previously private, were now exposed as potential threats to royal authority and dynastic stability. The investigation into Catherine's past was carried out discreetly but efficiently. Trusted courtiers, as well as members of the King's Council, gathered evidence and testimonies regarding her premarital relationships. The Tudor court, where reputation was inseparable from survival, understood the immense political stakes of revealing a queen's indiscretions. Every detail, from minor flirtations to courtly gossip, was scrutinized for implications on the king's honor, succession, security, and England's international standing. Henry VIII, known for his decisive and often volatile reactions, initially struggled to reconcile his affection for Catherine with the reality of her past. Reports of her improprieties reached the king gradually, prompting a mixture of anger, betrayal, and personal heartbreak. His advisors, including Thomas Cranmer and Thomas Wriothesley, carefully navigated the situation, balancing the need for justice with the risk of destabilizing court morale. The king's reaction was immediate and dramatic. Catherine, once the center of courtly favor, now faced intense scrutiny, interrogation, and isolation. The Queen's family, particularly the powerful Howard faction, found themselves in a precarious position, as their influence and reputation depended on their ability to mitigate the king's anger and preserve political standing. This episode revealed the fragile nature of courtly power, where family prestige could be swiftly undermined by scandal. Court life during this period reflected the tension and uncertainty surrounding Catherine's situation. Ceremonies, public appearances, and courtly rituals continued, but a sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. Courtiers were acutely aware that the Queen's fall from favor could have cascading effects on alliances, patronage, and social positioning. Every move, word, and gesture became a calculation, highlighting the pervasive anxiety and strategic awareness required in Tudor England. The exposure of Catherine's past indiscretions had broader political implications. European observers, particularly in Protestant and Catholic states, noted the potential for scandal to weaken England's perceived stability. The king's handling of the situation was thus not only a matter of personal affront, but also a demonstration of royal authority and governance. Ensuring that succession, legitimacy, and political alliances remained secure, Catherine herself was caught between her youth, lack of experience, and the inexorable power of the king. While she attempted to defend herself and explain her actions, the rigid structures of Tudor court law and the king's temper left little room for leniency. Her isolation underscored the reality that queenship, though glamorous, demanded both personal discipline and political acumen qualities Catherine had yet to fully master. Henry's advisors recognized the delicacy of the situation. They sought to manage the king's anger while ensuring that justice, according to Tudor law and royal custom, was carried out. The investigation and subsequent actions reflected a careful balancing act, maintaining the king's favor, protecting the monarchy's image, and mitigating potential unrest among the nobility. Court intrigue, legal procedure, and personal emotion intertwined as the Queen's fate became increasingly uncertain. The revelation of Catherine Howard's past also highlighted the role of gender and vulnerability in Tudor politics. While male courtiers could often recover from scandal, A queen's past, real or perceived, could have immediate and severe consequences. The unfolding events underscored the unforgiving nature of royal expectation, where personal missteps could rapidly translate into political catastrophe. As tensions escalated, Catherine's influence and position at court eroded rapidly. The once vibrant queen, surrounded by splendor and attention, now faced surveillance, suspicion, and impending judgment. The Tudor court, a landscape of shifting alliances and competing ambitions, observed every development, aware that the queen's fall could reshape power dynamics, patronage, and familial fortunes. The escalation toward Catherine's downfall was inevitable. The combination of youthful indiscretions, political rivalry, and Henry VIII's mercurial temperament created a situation in which personal, familial, and dynastic factors collided, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic reversals in Tudor history. Every step, from the discovery of past liaisons to the king's growing anger, highlighted the precarious balance of power, favor, and reputation in the life of a Tudor queen. This period in Henry VIII's reign reflected the broader dynamics of monarchy, the intertwining of personal desire, political strategy, and social expectation. Catherine Howard's situation served as a stark reminder that queenship was not merely ceremonial but fraught with risk, scrutiny, and the ever-present possibility of downfall. Her story foreshadowed the dramatic consequences that would soon unfold, reshaping both the court and the Tudor dynasty. By 1542, the dramatic consequences of Catherine Howard's past indiscretions became unavoidable. Once the vibrant and youthful queen who had captivated Henry VIII, Catherine now faced the harsh reality of royal justice. Her arrest, trial, and eventual execution would mark one of the most infamous episodes in Tudor history, underscoring the deadly intersection of personal behavior, courtly intrigue, and royal authority. Catherine was formally arrested after investigations confirmed her premarital relationships and alleged indiscretions during her queenship. The Tudor court, well versed in the politics of reputation and power, moved swiftly to contain the scandal. Her removal from court life was immediate, as courtiers and attendants ensured the queen's isolation. This event demonstrated how favor and status in Henry VIII's court were both precarious and conditional, reliant on the king's satisfaction and perception. The trial that followed was both swift and meticulously orchestrated. Henry VIII's legal advisors, aware of the delicate balance between justice, political optics, and dynastic stability, managed proceedings to affirm the king's authority while ensuring public awareness of the Queen's alleged transgressions. Catherine's fate was sealed by evidence of her prior relationships, testimonies from her acquaintances, and the perception of dishonor brought to the crown. Throughout the trial, Catherine displayed a mixture of fear, composure, and resignation. Despite the gravity of her situation, she remained dignified in the eyes of some contemporaries, highlighting the human dimension of her plight. Her case exemplified the vulnerability of queens in the Tudor court, where personal mistakes, real or perceived, could translate into political liability and mortal danger. The impact of Catherine's downfall extended far beyond her personal tragedy. The Howard family, once prominent and influential, faced scrutiny and a reduction in political standing. Courtiers realigned allegiances to maintain favor with the king, and the atmosphere of the court became one of heightened caution, surveillance, and calculated diplomacy. This period illustrated how quickly power could shift in the Tudor hierarchy, emphasizing the volatile nature of courtly influence. Henry VIII's reaction to Catherine's arrest and trial was emblematic of his complex character. While capable of intense affection, he also demonstrated decisive ruthlessness, ensuring that the Queen's alleged transgressions were met with the full force of royal authority. His actions reinforced the centrality of the monarch in controlling succession, reputation, and political stability, illustrating the blend of personal vengeance and dynastic necessity that characterized his reign. The execution itself, carried out with solemn ceremony, was both a warning and a political statement. Public awareness of Catherine Howard's fate served to reinforce the king's authority and the consequences of disloyalty, scandal, or moral transgression. Tudor England, still recovering from the religious and political upheavals of previous decades, witnessed firsthand how the monarch's power extended beyond governance into the moral and personal spheres of court life. Catherine's death also had profound emotional and political effects on Henry VIII. Reports suggest a mixture of anger, disappointment, and resignation. As the king confronted the personal betrayal and public spectacle simultaneously, her execution marked a turning point in Henry's emotional life, further shaping his attitudes toward marriage, trust, and the behavior of future queens. The king's personal experience with loss and betrayal reinforced his obsessive focus on succession and dynastic security. The broader Tudor court observed Catherine's fall with a mixture of fascination, fear, and pragmatism. Nobles recalibrated alliances, courtiers moderated behavior, and family factions adjusted ambitions. Catherine's demise highlighted the precariousness of royal favor, demonstrating that proximity to power carried immense risk alongside potential reward. The execution became a defining moment in the narrative of Henry VIII's reign, a stark reminder that the king's will was absolute and unforgiving. In the aftermath, Henry's attention quickly shifted to matters of succession, diplomacy, and the search for a new queen. The court's energy, once centered on Catherine's charm and influence, now focused on stability, image management, and strategic marital planning. The execution served as both closure to a turbulent chapter and a prelude to the next, underscoring the relentless pace of Tudor political life. Catherine Howard's story, from youthful charm to tragic downfall, remains emblematic of the dangers inherent in Henry VIII's court. Her execution not only reshaped the balance of power within the Howard family, but also reinforced the king's authority and the consequences of personal indiscretion. The episode illustrates the complex interplay between emotion, strategy, morality, and survival in Tudor England, leaving a lasting imprint on the monarchy and the historical record. By 1542 to 1543, the Tudor court had entered a period of cautious reflection and recalibration. The dramatic fall and execution of Catherine Howard left a deep impression on both Henry VIII's and the court at large. Her story, from youthful charm to tragic demise, became a cautionary tale for courtiers and a moment of intense personal reflection for the king. The monarchy faced the challenge of maintaining both authority and stability while navigating the emotional aftermath of the Queen's downfall. Henry VIII, though known for his decisiveness and ruthlessness, experienced a complex emotional response. Accounts suggest a mixture of grief, regret, and introspection. As the king contemplated both the fragility of personal relationships and the heavy responsibilities of rulership, The execution underscored the delicate balance between personal desire and the demands of dynastic security, reminding Henry that a queen's role extended far beyond companionship. It was intimately tied to succession, politics, and national perception. The court, meanwhile, adapted to the new reality with careful diplomacy and observation. Courtiers sought to gauge the king's mood, realigning alliances and modifying behavior to reflect the tenuous nature of royal favor. The Howard family, once prominent and influential, was now in a delicate position, navigating both the loss of Catherine's influence and the necessity of maintaining loyalty to the crown. Courtly life during this period emphasized caution, decorum, and strategic planning. Henry's reflections also extended to broader matters of governance and succession. Edward Tudor's position as heir was secure, but the king's concern for additional heirs and dynastic stability intensified. Advisors encouraged careful planning for future marriages that could balance personal compatibility, political advantage, and the ongoing needs of the English monarchy. Every decision regarding potential queens was now weighed against the lessons learned from Catherine Howard's turbulent tenure. The cultural and social atmosphere of the court reflected this tension. Ceremonies, public appearances, and rituals continued, but with a heightened awareness of vulnerability and accountability. Courtiers understood that favor, reputation, and survival were intimately linked, and that the memory of Catherine Howard's fate would guide behavior for years to come. The king's court became a space where prudence and strategy were paramount, and where missteps could have severe consequences. Henry's personal experience with loss also shaped his perspective on marital alliances. While previous marriages had combined political ambition with personal preference, the events surrounding Catherine Howard emphasized the risks of impulsive attraction and youthful influence. Future considerations for queens would require a careful balance of diplomacy, character, and loyalty, with an eye toward both personal compatibility and political stability. The Howard family's diminished influence also served as a reminder of the volatility of court power. In Tudor England, prominence could be rapidly undermined by scandal or miscalculation. Courtiers observed these dynamics closely, recalibrating alliances and strategies to align with the king's expectations and preferences. The episode highlighted the precarious nature of courtly life, where fortunes rose and fell according to royal favor and political acumen. In this period of mourning and reflection, Henry VIII turned toward the search for a queen who could bring both stability and companionship. The court's attention shifted to potential candidates, considering factors such as loyalty, political connections, temperament, and suitability for producing heirs. Advisors and the king alike recognized that the next marriage would carry the weight of both personal desire and dynastic necessity. The aftermath of Catherine Howard's execution also reinforced the broader lessons of Tudor court life. Beauty and charm, while advantageous, were insufficient alone to secure long-term favor. Loyalty, discretion, and political awareness became essential qualities for any queen aspiring to survive and thrive in Henry's court. The king's experience shaped not only personal expectations but also the cultural and political standards of the monarchy, influencing both domestic policy and diplomatic relations. Amid these reflections, Henry VIII's determination to secure the succession and maintain England's position in Europe remained paramount. The memory of Catherine Howard's downfall underscored the importance of careful selection, prudent alliances, and the delicate balancing of emotion, strategy, and authority. The lessons learned during this turbulent chapter would inform his final marriage and the closing years of his reign, emphasizing the enduring interplay between personal desire, political necessity, and historical consequence. By 1543, after a series of marriages that had brought both triumph and tragedy, Henry VIII's attention turned to Catherine Parr, a woman of intelligence, grace, and steadfast character. Catherine, unlike previous queens, was older, experienced, and known for her piety, education, and diplomatic sensibility qualities that appealed to a king weary of courtly intrigue and personal disappointment. Her background positioned her uniquely to navigate the complexities of Tudor life. Catherine Parr came from a respectable noble family with strong court connections, though her social standing was not so high as to intimidate the king. She had been married twice before, experiences that had shaped her understanding of marriage, politics, and the delicate balance required to survive in the royal sphere. Her upbringing and prior life allowed her to approach the court with prudence, charm, and an awareness of the demands of queenship. Henry's courtship of Catherine was marked by mutual respect and strategic consideration. Unlike some previous unions, this match combined personal compatibility with political advantage. Advisors, aware of the king's advancing age and fragile health, recognized Catherine's capacity to manage the court, maintain dynastic stability, and support the king in both public and private life. Her intelligence and calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the youthful exuberance of previous queens, offering Henry a sense of stability, counsel, and companionship. Catherine's introduction to court life was smooth and deliberate. She navigated Tudor protocols, ceremonies, and social hierarchies with ease, earning admiration for her poise, diplomatic skill, and measured influence. Courtiers quickly recognized that her presence was not only graceful, but also stabilizing, offering a steadying force amid the unpredictable dynamics of Henry VIII's reign. Her ability to balance personal discretion with political awareness marked a new chapter in the evolution of Tudor queenship. Early in their marriage, Catherine's influence extended subtly but meaningfully. She became involved in advising the king on domestic matters, religious policy, and courtly affairs, though always with tact and respect for Henry's authority. Her approach contrasted with the overt assertiveness of previous queens, demonstrating that strategic subtlety and intelligence could secure favor, maintain authority, and contribute to the functioning of the monarchy. The queen's role also included managing relationships among courtiers and factions. By carefully navigating alliances, she helped reduce tensions, mediate conflicts, and foster an atmosphere of diplomacy and decorum. This influence reflected both her personal qualities and the broader demands of Tudor governance, where the queen's ability to manage courtly life directly impacted political stability and royal authority. Catherine's education and intellect further distinguished her queenship, fluent in multiple languages, well-versed in theology, and committed to intellectual engagement. She became a valued companion to Henry VIII in discussions of religious reform, governance, and cultural matters. Her presence offered the king not only personal companionship, but also a partner capable of contributing thoughtfully to decisions that affected the realm. The early stages of their marriage were characterized by mutual respect, strategic partnership, and careful attention to courtly expectation. Catherine's ability to maintain discretion, exercise prudence, and manage her household allowed her to navigate the complex social, political, and personal demands of queenship with remarkable success. Unlike earlier queens, whose mistakes had led to scandal or execution, Catherine's skillful management of reputation and influence ensured stability and enduring favor. Henry VIII's approach to this marriage reflected lessons learned from previous unions. With Catherine Parr, he sought companionship, political reliability, and assistance in governance. Combining personal desire with strategic necessity, the court observed a harmonious partnership, a rare achievement in Henry's marital history, which emphasized that queenship required intelligence, adaptability, and an understanding of the interplay between personal and political dynamics. Catherine Parr's early queenship also had cultural and educational impact. She promoted learning, literacy, and religious discourse at court, influencing both the king and his children, particularly Edward and Elizabeth. Her intellectual engagement reinforced her role not merely as consort but as a stabilizing figure in the Tudor dynasty, contributing to the cultivation of knowledge, moral guidance, and dynastic continuity. This period marked a stabilizing chapter in Henry VIII's later years. Catherine Parr's combination of wisdom, tact, and loyalty allowed her to guide the court through a time of reflection, transition, and preparation for the future. Her presence demonstrated that, even in the final stages of Henry's reign, personal virtue, strategic intelligence, and diplomatic skill could secure favor, influence policy, and maintain the delicate equilibrium of the Tudor monarchy. By 1543 to 1544, Catherine Parr had firmly established herself as a stabilizing presence in Henry VIII's court. Beyond her role as queen consort, she assumed the responsibilities of stepmother to the king's surviving children Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, a task that demanded both sensitivity and authority. The children, having experienced multiple household upheavals and the loss of their biological mothers, required guidance, emotional support, and consistent attention. Catherine's measured approach and nurturing qualities allowed her to earn the trust and respect of the royal offspring, fostering a sense of continuity and familial stability. Catherine's influence extended beyond mere caretaking. She was instrumental in the education and moral development of the young royals, particularly in religious and intellectual matters. Fluent in languages and well-versed in theology, she encouraged Edward's Protestant education while also showing diplomatic understanding of Mary's Catholic upbringing, carefully balancing the sensitivities of differing religious affiliations. Elizabeth, too, benefited from Catherine's tutelage, gaining exposure to literature, languages, and courtly etiquette that would later shape her own reign. Henry VIII, now in his mid-50s and facing declining health, increasingly relied on Catherine's counsel. Her intelligence, tact, and loyalty allowed her to participate subtly in advising the king on policy, succession, and court affairs, without overstepping the bounds of traditional queenship. Catherine's ability to navigate Henry's moods, assert influence without conflict, and maintain royal favor exemplified the unique role of a Tudor queen as both consort and mediator. Court life during this period reflected the stabilizing influence of Catherine Parr. Ceremonies, entertainments, and courtly events proceeded with elegance and order, contrasting sharply with the volatility experienced during previous queenships. Courtiers recognized that Catherine's presence ensured predictability, diplomacy, and continuity, fostering an environment where political maneuvering could occur with reduced risk of scandal. Catherine's impact on succession planning was also significant. While Edward remained the official heir, Catherine understood the importance of maintaining harmony among the king's children and their respective households. By nurturing their education, guiding their behavior, and demonstrating fairness, she contributed to the preservation of dynastic legitimacy and the smooth transition of power in the years to come. Her influence on the royal children reflected a combination of maternal care, political awareness, and moral guidance qualities that reinforced her role as a stabilizing force in the Tudor dynasty. Henry's later years were marked by physical decline, illness, and the increasing weight of governance. Catherine's steady presence provided both personal comfort and practical support. She managed courtly matters, mediated disputes among advisors, and ensured that daily governance and ceremonial obligations continued efficiently, allowing the king to focus on matters of state without the distraction of household instability. Her intelligence and diplomacy mitigated the tensions that had plagued previous queenships, demonstrating the essential interplay between personal virtue and political functionality. Catherine's influence also extended into religious and intellectual spheres. She advocated for the king's Protestant reforms subtly, supporting the education of his children in line with evolving religious policy. At the same time, she maintained caution in public discourse, understanding the delicate balance between innovation, tradition, and royal prerogative. Her careful guidance reflected both her personal convictions and her pragmatic understanding of the court's complex dynamics. The Queen's relationship with Henry was characterized by mutual respect and trust, unlike prior marriages marked by passion, scandal, or tragedy. Catherine's union with Henry emphasized stability, loyalty, and effective partnership. Her ability to temper the king's moods, counseled prudently, and maintained the court's cohesion reinforced the notion that queenship required both emotional intelligence and political skill. During this period, Catherine also fostered relationships with court officials, diplomats, and influential noble families, further stabilizing the court and consolidating alliances. Her social and political acumen allowed her to mediate potential conflicts, support policy initiatives, and maintain the delicate balance of power in a court still marked by the memories of scandal and upheaval. Catherine Parr's role in Henry VIII's final years illustrates the evolving nature of queenship. No longer merely a figurehead or a target of personal desire, she embodied the qualities of intellect, diplomacy, and maternal influence. Her presence not only supported the king but also prepared the next generation of rulers for the challenges of leadership, ensuring the continuity of the Tudor dynasty. By the mid-1540s, Catherine had become an indispensable figure in the Tudor court. Her guidance, discretion, and influence provided a rare period of stability and measured governance in a reign often characterized by volatility and personal turmoil. The king's reliance on her counsel, combined with her effective management of his children and the court, marked Catherine Parr as one of the most capable and enduring queens of Henry VIII's later years. By 1544 to 1546, Henry VIII's later years were marked by increasing physical decline and political complexity. The once vigorous and commanding king, renowned for his athleticism and military prowess, faced chronic health issues that impacted his mobility, energy, and daily functioning. Despite these challenges, Henry remained deeply involved in matters of state, succession, and religious governance, demonstrating the enduring force of his authority. Catherine Parr's presence during this period was crucial. She became not only the king's companion but also his confidant, advisor, and mediator, balancing the demands of personal care, courtly management, and political counsel. Her tact, intelligence, and discretion allowed her to navigate the king's moods, health limitations, and political expectations with remarkable skill. Catherine's ability to maintain stability in the court was essential, particularly as factions jockeyed for influence amid Henry's declining vitality. The king's physical deterioration created both emotional and administrative challenges. Chronic wounds, obesity, and lingering infections limited his mobility and intensified his dependence on close advisors. Catherine's practical support ensuring his comfort, overseeing domestic affairs, and mediating between competing courtiers allowed Henry to continue exercising authority while minimizing potential conflicts. Her steady presence reinforced the continuity of governance, even as the king faced personal vulnerabilities. Political tensions persisted throughout this period. Domestic and foreign affairs demanded careful attention, including the management of succession, taxation, and military campaigns. Henry's attention to diplomacy, particularly in securing alliances and managing conflicts in France and Scotland, required informed counsel. Catherine's influence, though subtle, extended to matters of policy and courtly communication, ensuring that decisions were executed smoothly and potential disputes mitigated. Religious policy remained a central focus. Henry, having separated from the Catholic Church decades earlier, continued to shape England's Protestant direction while negotiating tensions with conservative factions. Catherine, well-educated and deeply interested in theology, provided guidance and support in matters of religion, encouraging moderation, reconciliation, and careful counsel to avoid alienating powerful nobles or religious leaders. Her influence reinforced the balance between personal belief and political pragmatism, demonstrating the Queen's critical role in maintaining ideological as well as dynastic stability. Court life under Catherine's guidance was characterized by order, predictability, and cultural engagement. Ceremonies, audiences, and public appearances proceeded with elegance, reflecting her ability to maintain royal dignity while minimizing tension. Her management of courtly affairs ensured that nobles, diplomats, and advisors remained attentive to Henry's authority, even as his physical decline created potential opportunities for intrigue or unrest. Catherine's influence extended to the king's children, particularly Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, preparing them for future responsibilities. Her guidance emphasized moral integrity, religious education, and courtly etiquette, laying the groundwork for Edward's Protestant rule, Elizabeth's intellectual development, and Mary's eventual restoration of Catholic traditions. The Queen's role as both caretaker and educator reinforced her importance in the broader dynastic and political context. Despite the king's declining health, Henry remained decisive, issuing laws, arranging marriages, and dictating succession plans. Catherine's counsel was especially valuable in these final months, providing a stabilizing presence and practical advice that allowed the king to assert authority while managing personal vulnerability. Her influence exemplified the delicate interplay between personal support and political power in late Tudor governance. As Henry approached the end of his life, Catherine's role became even more significant. She navigated complex family dynamics, including rivalries among nobles and concerns about succession, while maintaining her own reputation and influence. Her discretion, intelligence, and loyalty ensured that the court remained functional, focused, and respectful of the king's final wishes. The final years of Henry VIII's reign highlight the intersection of personal vulnerability, political strategy, and dynastic necessity. Catherine Parr's presence stabilized a court that had experienced decades of upheaval, ensuring that governance, succession, and ceremonial duties continued without disruption. Her ability to balance the king's personal needs with the demands of statecraft marked her as one of the most capable and enduring queens in Tudor history. Henry VIII's declining health also emphasized the importance of legacy. The king's decisions during these years on succession, religion, and governance shaped the future of England for decades. Catherine Parr's influence ensured that these decisions were implemented with order, prudence, and continuity, reflecting the crucial role a queen could play in the final chapter of a monarch's reign. By 1547, Henry VIII's health had deteriorated to the point where his mortality was undeniable. The once formidable king, whose presence had dominated the Tudor court for nearly 4 decades, faced the inevitability of death. His final days were marked by both physical suffering and the pressing weight of dynastic and political considerations. In this delicate period, Catherine Parr's role as queen consort was crucial, providing support, guidance, and stabilizing influence during a time of profound transition. Catherine, aware of Henry's declining condition, managed the royal household with precision, ensuring that the king's comfort and needs were met while also attending to the complex political machinery of the Tudor court. She oversaw daily routines, mediated between courtiers and advisors, and monitored the administration of the king's affairs. Her presence allowed Henry to focus on his final decisions, particularly regarding succession, religious policy, and the future governance of England. In his final days, Henry was conscious of the legacy he would leave behind. Catherine's counsel helped ensure that his last act's legal declarations, instructions for succession, and ceremonial matters were carried out smoothly. She provided not only personal comfort but also practical management, maintaining order at court and preventing potential disputes among factions eager to influence the transition of power. Henry VIII died on January 28, 1547, at the age of 55. His passing marked the end of an era characterized by dynastic ambition, religious upheaval, and personal drama. The king's death reverberated throughout England and across Europe, as foreign powers and domestic nobles alike assessed the implications for political stability, succession, and religious alignment. Catherine Parr, as the surviving queen consort, played a central role in managing both the immediate aftermath and the transition of power to Edward V. following Henry's death. Catherine ensured that ceremonial protocols were observed and that the young Edward's succession was secured according to the king's wishes. She coordinated with senior advisors, including Edward Seymour, later Duke of Somerset, to stabilize the court and maintain continuity of governance. Her tact, intelligence, and discretion were vital in preventing disputes and reinforcing the legitimacy of the new monarch. Catherine's role extended beyond administrative tasks. She provided emotional support to the royal family, particularly to Edward, who was only 9 years old, and to Elizabeth and Mary, who had experienced a lifetime of court turbulence. Her nurturing presence helped ease the transition for the young heirs, preparing them for the responsibilities that would soon define their lives. The Queen Consort also navigated her own position carefully. As the widow of Henry VIII, she maintained dignity, influence, and respect, while avoiding actions that could be perceived as overreaching. Her ability to balance personal authority with deference to the new king's guardians and advisors demonstrated her political acumen and ensured her continued relevance at court. The passing of Henry VIII also marked a shift in Tudor religious policy. Catherine, supportive of Protestant reforms, subtly guided the young Edward's education in alignment with these principles. Her influence reinforced the king's earlier decisions, while allowing the next generation to inherit both a religious framework and political guidance that would shape England's future. Catherine Parr's management of Henry's final days and the immediate posthumous period reflects the importance of queenship beyond ceremonial roles. Her wisdom, diplomacy, and strategic insight ensured continuity, stability, and adherence to Henry's intentions, highlighting the crucial role of a capable queen consort in safeguarding both dynasty and realm. The Tudor court, though, mourning the death of its dominant figure, remained orderly due to Catherine's careful stewardship. Courtiers observed her grace, tact, and authority. Understanding that the transition to Edward VI's rule required skillful mediation and unobtrusive influence, Catherine's ability to guide both the royal family and the court through this turbulent moment cemented her legacy as one of the most effective and enduring queens of Henry VIII's reign. After Henry VIII's death in 1547, the Tudor dynasty transitioned into the reign of his young son, Edward VI. Amid this shift, Catherine Parr, the surviving queen consort, found herself navigating a delicate balance between personal desire, political influence, and courtly expectation. Her status as widow of England's most powerful monarch provided both opportunity and scrutiny, requiring careful judgment in every decision she made. Catherine soon entered into marriage with Thomas Seymour, the ambitious brother of Edward Seymour, the Lord Protector of Edward VI. This union was as much a political partnership as it was a personal one. While Catherine sought companionship and stability, Thomas Seymour sought to strengthen his own influence at court through association with the widowed queen. Their marriage demonstrated the intertwining of personal relationships and political ambition in Tudor England, where alliances were carefully calibrated to balance affection, strategy, and power. Catherine's approach to this marriage reflected her intelligence and experience. Unlike some of Henry's earlier queens, she exercised caution, diplomacy, and foresight in navigating her new role. She understood that her position as widow and stepmother to the king made her both a figure of respect and a potential target of courtly intrigue. By managing her household wisely and maintaining decorum, she ensured that her influence remained respected while avoiding scandal. Her continued influence at court was notable. Catherine actively engaged in the education and guidance of Edward VI, supporting Protestant principles and moral instruction. She also maintained strong relationships with Mary and Elizabeth, offering mentorship and continuity in a period of uncertainty. Her role as both educator and moral guide reflected the importance of queenship in shaping the next generation of Tudor rulers. Beyond the ceremonial or marital sphere, Catherine's relationship with Thomas Seymour, however, brought both companionship and challenges. While the marriage provided personal support, it also exposed her to courtly tensions and rivalries. Seymour's ambitions and sometimes impulsive behavior required Catherine's tact and discretion, highlighting her ability to navigate complex political dynamics while safeguarding her own reputation. Her intelligence allowed her to balance her personal life with the responsibilities she retained as former queen and stepmother to the king. During this period, Catherine also promoted religious reform and intellectual engagement at court. She encouraged discussions on theology, literacy, and governance, contributing to the cultural and intellectual climate of Edward VI's early reign. Her efforts reinforced the values of education, moral guidance, and religious understanding within the royal household, emphasizing that a queen's influence extended far beyond ceremonial duties. Tragically, Catherine's life was cut short in 1548 due to complications following childbirth. Despite her death, her impact on the Tudor dynasty endured. She had successfully navigated the transition from queen consort to widow, maintained influence in Edward VI's upbringing, and demonstrated the power of wisdom, tact, and moral guidance in shaping both court and country. Her untimely passing was mourned by the royal family and recognized as a significant loss to the young king, Sow's household, and the broader Tudor court. Catherine's legacy highlights the evolution of queenship in the Tudor period. She embodied qualities of intelligence, diplomacy, moral integrity, and maternal guidance, demonstrating that influence and authority could be exercised effectively without overt power or confrontation. Her ability to manage relationships, guide the next generation, and maintain stability in a turbulent political landscape marked her as one of the most capable women of her era. Her life after Henry VIII also emphasizes the challenges faced by royal widows in Tudor England. Widows could wield influence, marry strategically, and shape political outcomes. Yet they had to navigate intense scrutiny and potential rivalry. Catherine Parr's experience demonstrates the delicate balance of personal ambition, loyalty, and prudence required to survive and thrive in a court defined by power, intrigue, and succession politics. Catherine's death, though premature, left a lasting imprint on the Tudor dynasty. Her guidance of Edward VI, her mentorship of Mary and Elizabeth, and her role in maintaining courtly stability illustrate the enduring power of a queen's intellect, moral authority, and strategic foresight. The Tudor court remembered her as both a stabilizing force and a wise, compassionate figure who bridged the transition between Henry VIII's turbulent reign and Edward VI's youthful monarchy. By 1547 to 1549, England entered a new chapter under Edward VI, Henry VIII's only legitimate son and heir. Edward, barely 9 years old, inherited a kingdom shaped by decades of political maneuvering, religious upheaval, and dynastic ambition. His youth necessitated a regency, creating a government dominated by advisors and nobles tasked with maintaining stability while guiding the young king through the complexities of Tudor rule. The regency was led by Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, Edward's uncle and Lord Protector. Somerset's position was both powerful and precarious, reflecting the inherent tension of governing on behalf of a child monarch. He was responsible for implementing policies, commanding military operations, and ensuring continuity of governance, all under the shadow of Henry VIII's formidable legacy. Somerset's leadership demonstrated the interplay of ambition, loyalty, and political strategy that characterized Tudor governance. Henry VIII's influence was evident in multiple ways. The young king's education, religious instruction, and courtly etiquette had been carefully shaped to reflect his father's vision for England. Edward's upbringing emphasized Protestant principles, dynastic legitimacy, and administrative competence, highlighting the enduring impact of Henry's decisions on the nation's future. Advisors and nobles alike were reminded that the crown's authority remained rooted in the policies and structures established during Henry VIII's reign. Political struggles emerged immediately within the regency. Factions at court vied for influence over the young king, leveraging their connections to the late monarch's memory, patronage networks, and control of key offices. Somerset, despite his official authority, faced opposition from rival nobles, highlighting the volatile dynamics of power, succession, and governance in Tudor England. Catherine Parr's earlier guidance of Edward had provided a foundation of stability, but courtly intrigue tested the limits of that influence. Religious reform was a central concern during Edward VI's early reign. Henry VIII's establishment of the Church of England and the break with Rome set the stage for Protestant advancement. Yet tensions remained between reformers and conservative factions. Somerset pursued an agenda that aligned with Henry's later policies, promoting Protestant worship, scripture in English, and clerical reform, while facing resistance from nobles and clergy loyal to traditional practices. Edward's youth made him both a symbol and a tool in these religious struggles, demonstrating the intersection of monarchy, faith, and politics. Economically, the regency addressed challenges inherited from Henry VIII's reign, including inflation, taxation, and the management of royal estates. Somerset's polities reflected the need to stabilize the kingdom, maintain public confidence, and prevent unrest. Henry VIII's legacy of ambitious military campaigns, territorial concerns, and fiscal experimentation created both opportunities and pressures for the new government, illustrating how dynastic decisions ripple through successive reigns. The young king's court was also a center of cultural and intellectual development. Catherine Parr's earlier influence on Edward's education contributed to his understanding of governance, religion, and diplomacy. Tutors, advisors, and courtiers continued her work, cultivating a king capable of engaging with the complex realities of rule. This period emphasized that effective monarchy required preparation, mentorship, and careful shaping of character principles, underscored by Henry VIII's foresight and Catherine Parr's guidance. Despite the formal structures of regency, the early years of Edward VI's reign were marked by uncertainty, factional rivalry, economic pressure, and the threat of foreign intervention required constant vigilance. The Regency government relied on Henry VIII's established policies and the loyalty of experienced courtiers, illustrating how the late king's decisions regarding succession, governance, and court hierarchy continued to influence England even after his death. Henry VIII's enduring impact was also felt in ceremonial and symbolic matters. Edward's coronation, royal appearances, and adherence to Tudor traditions reinforced the continuity of monarchy and legitimacy of the young king. Advisors invoked the memory of Henry VIII to maintain order, enforce obedience, and stabilize public perception, demonstrating that a monarch's legacy can shape both political behavior and national identity long after death. This period highlights the delicate balance between inherited authority and emerging leadership. Edward VI, guided by regents and influenced by the tutelage of figures like Catherine Parr, represented both continuity and potential transformation. The Regency government's successes and failures were inseparable from the precedent, structures, and decisions established during Henry VIII's reign, underscoring the profound influence of one monarch on the early reign of his successor. Edward's early reign also reflects the vulnerability of child monarchs in Tudor politics. While symbolically powerful, Edward depended on the competence, loyalty, and ambition of adult advisors. Factional disputes, policy debates, and religious reforms demonstrated the fragile interplay of authority, legitimacy, and governance that defined the period. The late king's legacy provided both foundation and constraint, shaping the parameters within which Edward VI and his regents could operate. By 1549 to 1551, Edward VI's reign entered a period of significant religious transformation and political adjustment, directly reflecting the legacy of his father, Henry VIII. The young king, guided by his regents and tutors, pursued reforms that advanced Protestantism in England, while also navigating the fragile stability established by decades of Tudor governance. These years highlight the enduring influence of Henry VIII's decisions on succession, faith, and political structures. Under the leadership of the Duke of Somerset and later John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, Edward's government implemented policies that reshaped religious life. The Book of Common Prayer was introduced, replacing traditional Catholic rituals and establishing a unified framework for worship. This reform reflected the vision Henry VIII had set in motion with the Church of England's independence from Rome, while also illustrating the challenges of implementing sweeping change during a child monarch's reign. Edward's early years were also marked by social and political unrest, including uprisings such as the Prayer Book Rebellion in Cornwall and Devon. These revolts demonstrated the tension between traditional Catholic practices and the growing Protestant reforms. The Regency government, drawing on structures established by Henry VIII, relied on both negotiation and military action to enforce compliance, highlighting the complex interplay of religion, governance, and social stability in Tudor England. Economic policies during this period were shaped by the precedents of Henry VIII's reign. Issues such as inflation, enclosure, and the management of royal estates required careful administration. Advisors to Edward VI leveraged their authority to maintain public order and fiscal stability, ensuring that the crown's resources supported both governance and military readiness. Henry VIII's prior policies created both challenges and tools, demonstrating how a monarch's decisions can resonate far beyond their lifetime. Edward's court continued to reflect the influence of his father's vision. Ceremonies, patronage, and political appointments adhered to the hierarchical structures and traditions established under Henry VIII. Advisors invoked the late king's memory to reinforce legitimacy, maintain authority, and guide decision-making, demonstrating the enduring power of symbolism, precedent, and dynastic continuity. Religious reform was deeply intertwined with education and cultural development. Edward's tutors and advisors, building on Catherine Parr's earlier influence, emphasized literacy, theology, and civic responsibility. The young king's understanding of governance and faith reflected the careful planning and mentorship orchestrated during Henry VIII's lifetime. This continuity highlights the importance of long-term dynastic strategy, education, and intellectual preparation in Tudor rule. Political maneuvering within the court remained a constant challenge. Nobles and advisors sought influence over the king, balancing personal ambition with loyalty to the crown. The Regency government relied on established policies and legal frameworks from Henry VIII's reign to maintain order, mediate conflicts, and enforce compliance. These dynamics illustrate the enduring tension between authority and factionalism in a monarchy guided by precedent. Foreign relations during Edward VI's early reign were shaped by both inherited treaties and the kingdom's evolving religious alignment. England's position in Europe, shaped by Henry VIII's alliances and conflicts, required careful diplomacy to protect borders, manage trade, and navigate the broader Protestant-Catholic divide. Edward's advisors, building on his father's foundation, negotiated with precision, demonstrating the long-lasting impact of Henry VIII's foreign and religious policies on England's international standing. Edward VI's reforms, guided by his regents, had lasting implications. The strengthening of Protestant institutions, enforcement of religious uniformity, and education of the next generation of leaders reflected the deliberate shaping of England's future initiated under Henry VIII. The young king's reign, though short, demonstrated that the decisions of one monarch could profoundly influence the trajectory of faith, governance, and culture for decades. The period also emphasized the role of mentorship and guidance in monarchy. Figures like Catherine Parr, who had prepared Edward for leadership, and regents like Somerset and Northumberland, ensured that the young king's actions reflected both dynastic priorities and strategic vision. Henry VIII's foresight in succession planning, religious reform, and court administration remained a guiding force, shaping the choices and opportunities of Edward's early rule. Edward's early reign underlines a critical principle of Tudor governance: the enduring power of precedent, preparation, and institutional continuity. Henry VIII's legacy in religion, law, and royal authority provided both foundation and constraint, ensuring that England's transformation into a Protestant nation proceeded with structure and stability, even under a child monarch. By 1551 to 1553, Edward VI's reign entered its final, transformative phase. The young king, now a preteen, continued the religious, political, and administrative reforms initiated during his early years. England was navigating the legacy of Henry VIII, while also confronting the inherent vulnerabilities of a child monarch. Political factions at court, rival noble families, and religious tensions all shaped the landscape, creating a delicate balance between continuity and instability. The Duke of Northumberland, John Dudley, emerged as Edward's chief advisor and political strategist following Somerset's fall from power. Northumberland wielded considerable influence, guiding reforms, managing courtly factions, and ensuring that Edward's authority remained effective despite his youth. This period highlights the power of regents, the interplay of ambition and loyalty, and the practical realities of governing under a child monarch. Religious reforms continued with intensity. Protestantism was further consolidated through legislation, enforcement of the Book of Common Prayer, and clerical oversight. Traditional Catholic practices were suppressed, and England's national identity became increasingly aligned with Protestant beliefs. These changes were a direct continuation of Henry VIII's establishment of the Church of England and the frameworks set by Edward's earlier tutors and advisors, demonstrating the long-term impact of dynastic policy on national religion. Court politics during these years were marked by intrigue, ambition, and careful maneuvering. Noble families sought favor, influence, and patronage, while advisors vied for control over key offices. Northumberland's skill in balancing these interests preserved relative stability, reflecting the enduring structures and legal precedents left by Henry VIII. The Tudor system of governance, emphasizing hierarchy, loyalty, and courtly order, allowed factional disputes to be managed without threatening the monarchy's overall authority. Economic and social pressures remained significant. Inflation, enclosure, and poor harvests caused unrest among commoners, leading to localized riots and dissatisfaction. Edward's government, guided by Northumberland and senior advisors, implemented measures to mitigate unrest, stabilize the economy, and maintain public confidence, demonstrating the continuity of administrative strategies developed under Henry VIII. The king's earlier policies, including taxation and land management, shaped both the opportunities and challenges faced by the Regency government. Edward's personal education and religious guidance continued to reflect the influence of Henry VIII and Catherine Parr. By now, Edward had developed a clear understanding of Protestant theology, governance, and courtly responsibilities. The careful mentorship provided by these earlier figures ensured that Edward's decisions aligned with the dynastic vision established by his father, reinforcing the continuity of leadership and the preparation of heirs. The final years of Edward VI's reign also set the stage for future succession challenges. With no surviving siblings younger than Edward and the memory of Henry VIII's complex marital history still shaping public perception, careful planning was required to ensure dynastic continuity and legitimacy. Political advisors worked to reinforce Edward's authority, manage courtly ambitions, and safeguard the Tudor legacy against internal and external threats. Despite his youth, Edward VI's reign during this period demonstrated the power of inherited institutions, strategic guidance, and religious policy. The combination of Henry VIII's long-term planning, Catherine Parr's influence, and the skill of experienced regents like Northumberland ensured that England remained politically stable and religiously reformed. Even amid the vulnerabilities of a child king, Edward VI's short life and reign underscore the fragility and resilience of monarchy. While his authority was limited by age, the frameworks established by Henry VIII and the careful guidance of advisors allowed the Tudor dynasty to maintain continuity, consolidate reforms, and prepare for the challenges of succession. The policies, alliances, and structures left by Henry VIII continued to shape England's governance, faith, and society, proving the lasting impact of a powerful monarch's decisions. By 1553, the Tudor dynasty faced a decisive turning point. Edward VI's untimely death at just 15 years old ended the reign of England's first Protestant child king and triggered a succession crisis. The political and religious frameworks established by Henry VIII shaped the events that followed, highlighting the enduring influence of the late monarch. Edward VI's death opened the door for Mary I, Henry VIII's eldest surviving daughter, to claim the throne. Her accession marked a dramatic shift, as Mary sought to restore Catholicism and reverse much of the Protestant reform enacted under Edward. Despite this reversal, the legal and dynastic structures established by Henry VIII, his clear determination to secure succession, legitimize heirs, and assert royal authority, remained in effect, illustrating his lasting impact on England's monarchy and governance. Henry VIII's legacy was reflected in several key areas: dynastic continuity. Through careful succession planning, Henry ensured that the crown remains within the Tudor line, despite the religious and political upheavals that followed. Edward VI's reign, though short, and Mary I's accession were both secured by the legal and dynastic frameworks established under Henry's rule. Religious transformation. The establishment of the Church of England and the independence from papal authority created a lasting religious foundation. Even as Mary attempted to restore Catholicism, the memory of Henry VIII's reforms influenced political and religious debates, shaping the trajectory of England's faith for generations. Political structures. Henry's centralization of power, court hierarchies, and administrative innovations provided the mechanisms for governing a kingdom with complex political factions. Edward VI's regency, factional disputes, and Mary I's eventual consolidation of power all operated within systems first strengthened under Henry VIII. Catherine Parr's earlier influence, particularly in educating and mentoring Edward VI, contributed to the stability of the Tudor dynasty. Her guidance ensured that the young king understood governance, religion, and courtly etiquette, mitigating potential chaos after Henry VIII's death. Even after her own untimely passing, her legacy endured through the shaping of the monarchs who followed. The Tudor dynasty's resilience through successive reigns demonstrates the enduring power of strategic planning, dynastic foresight, and political acumen. Henry VIII's decisive actions, religious reforms, and succession planning created a foundation that allowed England to navigate the turbulent mid-16th century with relative stability. As historians reflect on Henry VIII, it becomes clear that his influence extended far beyond his lifetime, from the birth of Edward VI to the accession of Mary I. Every major event in England's mid-century history bore the imprint of his choices, policies, and vision. His reign was marked not only by personal drama and courtly intrigue but also by lasting transformations in governance, religion, and dynastic stability. Henry VIII's life reshaped England forever. From 6 marriages to religious revolution, his legacy endures in every corner of the Tudor dynasty. Like and subscribe to The Sleeping Historian to uncover more history that shaped our world.